This is my one level at a time ultimate Ironman, Equilibrium Man, or Equal Man for short. Oh, make that Equal Guy for short. The goal of this account is to raise my skill levels while keeping them as equal as possible, no more than one level apart. Exceptions? None! Well, other than hit points. This challenge forces us to go through those weird early level grinds that every other account just skips by going under a waterfall or taking a quiz. Thorough planning would be a huge help to get us started, and hopefully before long, we'd have a streamlined circuit around Gillinor that would take us through each skill, one level at a time. The level 2 circuit is arguably the most difficult, and not just because of my thorough lack of planning. Druidic Ritual is the problem. To keep all skills within one level of each other, besides hit points, I will need to get base 2s before completing Druidic Ritual, which will jump my herb lore from 1 to 3, ending the level 2 circuit and starting the level 3 circuit at the same time. The major issue is balancing my combat XP to keep all levels under 3, while getting Slayer level 2 and somehow killing all the animals to get Samfew's meat on the side. But that'd be a problem for later me. The current me was still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, getting whichever skill I thought of, no thoughts about efficiency or order in mind. After getting my first few levels in Lumbridge, I started Rune Mysteries for the future level 2 runecrafting guide, raked on my way out of the castle, and headed off to start questing. I traded Sedgerador my air talisman for a gift box for Aubrey, and headed over to Port Sarim for some raking. As an experienced early game quester, I started Pirate's Treasure, knowing it gives no XP, and both it and Rune Mysteries will be taking me to Varric. So I might as well do it on the side. I took a quick jaunt to Karamja to play with some bananas, then headed back to Port Sarim to snag an apron to snag some rum. I handed that rum in for a key, and stopped on my way to Falador to do the raking content other snowflakes can only dream of. After some AFKing, I'm gonna take a poop. I raked some more for 2 farming, went through Falador to start Druidic Ritual, and got my first Slayer task from Terrail, birds. After my first of many home tellies, I casted out level 2 magic while getting some rat meat for my guy Sanfew, then started on that Slayer grind, picking up Sanfew's chicken on the way. I also got level 2 strength and defense while on task. At this time, not even halfway to level 2 Slayer and already at 2 in most combat stats, I realized I might be in trouble. I buried some chicken bones for level 2 prayer, fried up some chicken wangs for level 2 cooking, and took a break from Slayer while I pondered the issue. Miraculously, I had already almost killed the bear by the time I got level 2 ranged, and I was just barely able to finish it off as I ran out of arrows, striking the hardest to get meat off of Sanfew's grocery list. I gave Aubrey his gift in exchange for a piece of paper, nipped into the bar to open a chest for another piece of paper, and stopped by Thessalia's to get some Fashionscape, which may or may not be useful for future questing. I picked some red berries for that same future quest and some Cadaver berries to do Romeo and Juliet while I was in town. My errands in Varric all run, I home tallied back to Lumbridge to start the next part of the level 2 circuit. If it hasn't struck you yet, these levels come slowly, especially while going out of the way to do a few easy quests on the side. Already I wondered how it might be possible to make an interesting video out of this concept. A troubling thought with me only halfway through the first circuit. No matter though. I helped Ernest not be a chicken on my way to the Wizard's Tower to complete Rune Mysteries. Wanting to be able to turn in Druidic Ritual the next time I went westward, I backtracked to buy some bronze bars from Shantae to get level 2 smithing. Took a break for some fishing time, bought some beef for Sanfew, rescued Prince Ali just to feel something, stopped back at the Wizard's Tower for some rune essence, which got me level 2 mining and level 2 runecrafting. While in Falador, I killed a gardener to get some booty, and despite being so close to Taverley, with my pockets full of Sanfew's meat, I still had several skills to do before I had base 2s, so I headed back east. I went to Edgeville so I could teleport over to the other half of Gillinor, where I visited the gnomes to get level 2 agility, headed all the way down south to get wood, bought some bird traps, and tore my hair out waiting for level 2 hunter. Ready to finally finish this first circuit around the map, I home tallied for the final time before base 2s, Being careful with my combat XP, I finished off level 2 Slayer. I stopped by Varrock to buy a house and some nails to go with my planks. I walked all the way over to Remington to build a chair, or two, for level 2 construction. And finally, I headed north, stopping by to dip Sanfu's meat in that stanky sauce he likes. I gave Sanfu his saucy meat and turned in Druidic Ritual, finishing the level 2 circuit. And so started Circuit 3, the first repetitions of who knows how many to come. I went back home to use up my planks on level 3 construction, took advantage of my clean inventory to get essence for level 3 mining and level 3 rune crafting. Back in Lumbridge, I rebought my bronze axe for level 3 woodcutting, traded my axe for a tinderbox and set fire to the castle for level 3 fire making, world topped for logs to get level 3 fletching, caught shrimp for level 3 fishing, stole from men for level 3 thieving, smithed more Ceridium bronze for level 3 smithing, spun wool for level 3 crafting. I continued slaying for level 3 attack, level 11 hit points, fuck you, level 3 strength, level 3 defense, level 3 prayer, and finished the task. I fried dead birds for level 3 cooking, got a new task, raked for level 3 farming, slayed some more for level 3 magic, level 3 ranged, and level 3 slayer. I went back to Gnome Town for level 3 agility, and back down south for level 3 hunter, ending the level 3 circuit. Things started feeling easier. I was going to get my next level here, backtrack the circuit, and keep on going forevermore. I got complacent. 4 hunter, 4 fletching, 4 fire making, 4 woodcutting, 4 attack, 4 strength, 4 prayer, 4 defense, 4 ranged, 4 smithing, 4 fishing, 4 cooking, 4 magic, 4 slayer, 4 crafting, 4 thieving, 4 farming, 4 agility, 4 herblore, 4 mining, 4 rune crafting. So much repetition for such low levels had me desperate for ways to innovate. I used precious mining XP to get enough clay for level 4 construction, a mistake I would soon regret, but that ended the circuit, and so the cycle continued. I mined more clay for 5 mining and 5 construction, and started on 5 rune crafting when I realized my error. I didn't have enough mining XP to spare, so I couldn't get enough essence for the rune crafting level. I put the level on hold while I thought of a solution, thinking fast. I got 5 thieving, 5 woodcutting, 5 fletching, 5 firemaking, 5 magic, 12 hit points, 5 range, 5 defense, 5 strength, 5 attack, and 5 slayer, 5 cooking, 5 crafting, 5 smithing, 5 prayer, 5 farming, 5 agility, 5 fishing, and through that leveling I found it. The solution to my worries. I did X marks the spot for an XP lamp, banking the 250 XP in my pocket to jump straight from 4 to 6 rune crafting at the end of the circuit. I finished out 5 herblore and 5 hunter, and finally, standing in the hunter fields of Piscatoris, my level 5 circuit came to an end, and I was ready to start off my level 6 circuit with a bang. But, well, I think past me put it best. Oh, fuck! So that was it. The challenge had been lost. Unless... Meet Equal Guy 2, my 1 level at a time ultimate Ironman. No one needs to know what happened to Equal Guy 1, right? Anyway, let's get this fresh and exciting circuit started. Wait a second. Damn it. Meet Equal Guy 3, my one level at a time ultimate Ironman. No one needs to know what happened to Equal Guy 2, right? Anyway, let's get this fresh and exciting circuit started.
Will you shit on my fucking dick? God, I'm stupid.
But then, there was one Equilibrium Man to rule them all. Meet Equal Boy. So named because I no longer felt like I deserved to be called a man. This is his journey. And there it was, base 12s. Twice the level of the original Equal Guy, and with no mistakes the whole way through. I felt accomplished, like I was able to correct my past failures. I logged out for the day, feeling good about myself and looking forward to the way ahead. That was over a year ago. I had gone from playing 10 hours a day to playing 1 hour a day, or less at times. I was burnt out. I stopped playing on any account at all. For months, I didn't log into RuneScape. But recently, my passion for RuneScape has hit an all-time high. Might we be seeing the return of the Equilibrium Man? What the fuck? Fuck this, I'm making a chunk account.
The saga finally continues. But I lacked confidence. I didn't want to ruin the Equal Boy account by going in blind. Enter Equal Fella, secondary heir to the Equilibrium throne. My goal for him is to hit base 12s while giving myself a crash course on being Equilibrium Man. And as a bonus, once I hit that goal, I'll have a backup account in case the worst should happen to Equal Boy. Either way, I needed a refresher, so I jumped straight into it. And here's what I learned. First, movement. Early game RuneScape is the slowest you'll ever go. Bad run energy regen means you'll be walking a lot, and not having teleports means you'll be walking even more. Knowing all the ships and other transportation methods available to you is huge for saving time. For this very reason, I started building a planned route around the map, marking what I need to do and where. But I am super not a theory crafter, and if you can't tell by the whole premise of this series, I kinda hate efficiency, so I gave up very quickly. Second, XP waste is very real. And I'm not talking about efficiency scapers and making fun of me for doing AFK training methods on my main. I mean that if you are trying not to level up, you only have so much XP available, so you better not use it without making certain you won't need it later. Honestly, it's a super frustrating way to play. You have to inch your XP up and make sure not to cross the level threshold. It's like edging, but with none of the pleasure.
Huh?
And to make matters worse, I love AFKing, and I have a penchant for watching things on my other monitor while playing, causing me to be easily distracted. Last, resource management. When you are limited in XP, there are only so many things you can gather yourself. Quickly, you'll be relying on ground spawns across the game that you have to go out of the way for. And soon after, you'll be dropping GP on more items, but with limited XP gain also comes limited GP gain. So being able to keep several different items available is very helpful. Unfortunately, I'm a psychopath and I decided to be an ultimate Ironman, so I have limited inventory space and no bank to fall back on. With those three things in mind, this challenge I created for myself is essentially perfectly built to counter me, my entire mindset, and my gaming skills, or lack thereof. But isn't that exactly what makes it exciting? One lapse of attention can lead to a potentially account-ending mistake. Like this.
It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Oh!
Yeah, I just want to be honest.
Well, consider me refreshed. Update the counter. Anyway, let's get on to the main content. Equal Boy. And here he is. Base 12s. Feels so nice to be in the double digits. Honestly, I really wanted to have the backup in Equal Fella, but at this point, I'm not too worried. With my levels where they are, I would need so much XP to overlevel that it would take one serious screw up to fail the account at this point. Equal Boy has had a lot of rest this past year and a half, but now it's time for him to get back on the grind. And here's a rundown of the general strategy. In Lumbridge, I'll get as many skills as I can. I pickpocket from the highest level NPC possible, Farmer this time. I smith bronze 100% sourced from Shantae's shop. I cut the best trays I can, normal for now. I burn what I cut for fire making. I fish shrimps because the nets are free and easy to secure. I cook those shrimp up because I already have them. I rake whenever I can, like when I pass a farming patch on my way to a new zone. On my way west, I mine up rune essence at the Wizard's Tower, and make air runes because I never have enough spare XP to go for another talisman. I take the Remington boat to Ardone and grab some planks and sand. Back in Remington, I rebuild furniture because I can't afford a new room. I visit Land's End to snare some birds. I make molten glass at the most convenient furnace, this time after home tallying, and then I blow it. The glass, obviously. And once I have almost all the skills out of the way, I start slaying, working on those combat skills. To make sure I don't get overleveled, I have to edge that XP up more than I edge myself on a Saturday night.
Huh?
It's a tough job, but don't worry. I keep myself entertained by making jokes to myself alone in my bedroom.
Hey, Stinky. Me when I look in the mirror.
Once all the combat is out of the way, I go to whatever skill I saved for last, this time herb lore. Getting herbs is next to impossible when you can't farm seeds or go for drops, so I source my XP from the infinite supply of moss that grows near Taibo Wanai. A wonderful 2.5 XP each. And once my last skill of the circuit is done, I start the next circuit with that same skill to minimize backtracking. And so the cycle continues. But it's not always the same, and it's not always easy. Sometimes Terrell wants to throw a curveball.
That's inconvenient. God damn, I'm supposed to kill these fuckers?
This task is going to take more planning.
It's not always pain though. Sometimes an innovation comes through. For the most part, upgrades come in the form of level ups unlocking content, like new trees or new guys to steal from. But my outdated and incomplete game knowledge allows for more. Like when I discover that I can actually farm.
Oh.
Huge! I was able to add some actual farm runs to the circuit, rather than just raking whenever possible. To be honest, I don't love actual farming. I would almost rather rake. Still good though. And thankfully, I didn't have to do farm runs for long. After following the flow I had built, I started being on autopilot. I repeated the same actions in slightly different orders for hours on end. I felt comfortable doing it, but after enough time, I started to wonder if there was another way. Then I realized.
300 cooking XP. I think that's safe. Yeah, I can do it.
I can do quests! I had been purposely ignoring quests and their possible XP rewards for so long that I forgot one day I could just eat that reward XP and do the quest anyway. I started like any account should, with Cook's Assistant. Thanks to this absolute flipping genius commenter, I remember the existence of the Sorcerer's Garden. Here I can spend that farming XP on free herbs, even without herb seeds. Farming instantly went from a chore to hugely important for saving time hopping for moss. I took a long break to look at the old school wiki and proceeded to sort every quest ever released by its experience rewards. When Circuit 18 came, I was going to do some real questing. But first, I wanted to finish up Circuit 17 with Hunter. I went ahead and got 18 Hunter to start the next circuit, and while I was in the area, I got 18 Construction too, just before going to bed for the day. Remember that for me, will ya? The next day, I wanted to go quest mode, big time. I started Corsair Curse, discovered there was a traitor among us, and attempted to slay him, only to realize it would be tougher than I thought. I home tallied, got 18 woodcutting and firemaking, and did sheep shearer while I was in town. I did X marks the spot on my way out of town. I did Witch's Potion for 18 magic, stopped in Ardone to fix a clock tower real quick, and tried the Corsair Cove boss again, this time with food. Okay, so my food wasn't that good, but I'll be back. I took a break to make some delicious cabbage soup. Got 18 fletching on the side and 18 cooking while making my food for fight number 3. God damn, this guy's ridiculous. I did an archaeological dig for fun, then slayed an apocalyptic fucking demon. Easily, I might add. I got 18 thieving and crafting, then decided to splurge for some good food to take down a single fucking guy. Finally, there's no reason for this to be harder than Demon Slayer. After that, I herded some sheep real quick, and while in the area, I got some planks for construction. I even made some oak planks so I could make a tool store 1 and stop worrying about the saw. I dropped 10k on the workshop, a huge investment for more inventory space, and made my tool store.
I rounded out the workshop with a table, and even made it again for good measure.
Fuck.
You didn't forget, did you? 'Cause I did. I guess this is the end for our equal boy. But what if it wasn't? I mean, I know we trashed accounts over one mistake in the past, but would I really throw away 40 hours of gameplay just over one slip of the mind? You bet your ass I would. I've already lost 6 accounts in the pursuit of balance, most recently our beloved Equal Boy, who couldn't quite make it to base 18s. Today, we start the journey anew with Equal Fellow, the 7th generation Equilibrium Man. Starting at base 1s with a freshly purchased bond, how far can he go? After getting my first several levels in Lumbridge, I take advantage of the free Count Check teleport to the Stronghold of Security. The starter cache here is huge for supplies and tools, especially on an Ultimate Ironman where I'm going to be tossing things frequently. The full 10k will last me a long time, plus there's sick fashionscape at the end. Oh boy, I can't wait to pick the fancy boots like all the other sheep. Fuck you! While near the Edgeville lever, I head over to Ardone for level 2 agility, do a little clock tower repair, and grab some planks for construction. I have to source the XP for free from ground spawns because there's no way I could afford to cut all the planks we'll be needing in the future. I get level 2 hunter while still on this side of the world, then home tele back to civilization to continue the grind. The base 2 circuit is one of the toughest, because I have to juggle early game questing with not being able to gain too much XP. And when you only have 83 XP to the next level, there's really not a lot you can do. I can barely kill a bear to complete Druidic Ritual without overleveling. This circuit has the most back and forth travel between areas, needing to fetch tools to hold or go all the way back across the map to turn in a quest. But you need to lay the foundations for your future circuits, and getting quest points and making money from those quest rewards is the best way to do it. And once you manage it, you know you're off to a good start.
Still got it, baby.
Despite spending so much time on these slightly higher level circuits with Equal Boy, the early game was pretty well ingrained in me. You can't do the same thing on 6 previous accounts and not learn something, you know? Now I just need to teach myself to avoid the feeling of complacency and keep my eyes on my skills. There's only so many times I can ruin an account by foolishly gaining experience at the
wrong time, wrong place, dog.
Right?
Oh my god, I'm stupid.
Well, I guess I don't still got it, baby. Oh well, run it back. Today, we start the journey anew with Equal Feller, the 8th generation Equilibrium Man. Starting at base 1s with a freshly purchased bond, how far can he go? Surely we won't have to make that joke again, right? Jokes aside, I know I made the account, but I don't really like the name. I kinda hope this account isn't the one to go the distance. It's times like these, when I'm running through content I've done before, that I wonder about this series.
Screw.
Not only is there the repetition of running through from the beginning on each account, but each new level circuit is essentially a repeat of all those before it. It can feel like I'm just going through the motions at times. But I'm sure a lot of us here have made a lot of accounts over the years. Running through the same quests and levels to get to a specific account build, or making a new hardcore Ironman every few months. or having an alt to make money on. And what is it that keeps us coming back? Our own individual goals. After all, RuneScape is built on setting goals for yourself and achieving them, then setting new ones, and so on. Having a goal in RuneScape is everything, be it an overarching account goal like maxing all skills or mini goals like just hitting that next mining level. When I was cooking up ideas for the future of the Equilibrium Man series, I knew I would need a goal. Really, there's a few goals, but I wanted to start with one. My main goal is to blow up and act like I don't know nobody. After that though, I want a quest cape. Here's the thing, I love quests. I know that I could make the early circuits easier on myself by ignoring quests with bad rewards or saving as many quests as possible for later in the account when I have teleports available. But I don't want to. Quests are what drive me in RuneScape, from back in 2004 all the way through to today. When I make a new account, I blaze through the free-to-play quests, finishing Dragon Slayer 1 within a week usually. But the Equilibrium accounts have unique restrictions that make questing much more difficult. On top of the standard Ironman garbage of having to source your own items for everything, because I have a limit on how much experience I can get, I have to avoid the quests most accounts would do straight away until way later in the game, far past when they would be useful for me. And so much content is blocked for me, like all of Mauritania, or even new Slayer Masters, until I achieve some ridiculous base level, which is awesome. I swear, if any of you out there haven't tried making a unique account build like this, you really should give it a go. It breathes a new life into the game. So I'm going to try to get a quest cape on the Equal account as soon as I possibly can. Then, where else might the account be able to go? But I don't have to worry about that for a long time. Right now, I had much more immediate issues to deal with. Namely, this cave bugs task. Initially, I was just annoyed because I thought I needed anti-poison and I didn't want to waste the money on it. That would turn out to be incorrect. But there was a much greater problem that I couldn't have even imagined. For now, I've finished out my base 8s. Look at those beautiful stats. I'll never get over how good they look when they're all equal. Unfortunately, I had to ruin it by going up to level 9 Hunter. But I took away the small victory of not needing to come back up to Piscatoris again for a long time, now that I could hunt for copper longtails in Zaya. Having to go out of the way for Hunter and agility at early levels is one of my least favorite things about this account. With most of my skills up to level 9 though, it was time for combat. I got the easiest food for me to source, kebabs from Kareem. I picked up my free armor. Thankfully, this guy gives me endless sets, even though I toss them in the trash every time I finish out my combats for a circuit. Then I headed for the Lombridge Swamp Caves. Except I forgot a candle, and I was not about to give this guy 1k for one. I went over to Catherby the quickest way I could think to, bought a candle, and I'm just gonna wait for my home telly. Perfect. Back in Lumbridge, it was time to do Slayer for real. Or so I thought.
Damn, these dudes reaching fast.
Their HP regened way too fast.
Bro, these guys are unkillable.
I couldn't fucking kill him. I wasn't getting shit for Slayer XP, but my combat stats kept climbing.
Brother, please.
Today I learned that cave bugs are perfect AFK spot for a 99 defense pure.
Fucking finally. Oh my god.
With level 9 ranged, I had officially outleveled Slayer. Luckily, I had a backup. It's a backup I was a little scared of, though. I did X marks the spot for this XP lamp worth 250 XP. You may remember in episode 1 when I failed the very first Equal Guy account with this lamp.
Oh, fuck.
But I had done the calculations and I had no other choice than to risk it against my math skills. Level 9 Slayer. Base 9s. Easy. I did the beginner clue I got from the quest too. Oh boy, I love hot trash. From there it was back to combats. Unfortunately, the cave bug trouble wasn't over yet. I managed to kill enough of these bug fuckers to hit level 10 Slayer, but I already knew I would need another backup for the next level. I struggled against the bug menace as best as I could, like I was over here spreading managed democracy. I had all 11 combat stats and I just barely managed to finish off the Slayer task, but I was still nowhere near 11 Slayer. My only choice was to risk another level jump. I did Client of Corinth for a reward of 2 XP lamps worth 500 XP each. One lamp would put me straight past level 11 Slayer and deep into level 12. I had calculated carefully, but I still felt like I was taking a risk.
Okay. This shouldn't take me past 12. If I've calculated correctly. Oh, thank God.
Nice. Base 11s, with little 12 thrown in there. I'm glad Jagex thinks of the ultimates. I was able to destroy the extra lamp for inventory space, and I can reclaim it from Veos anytime later on when I would need another backup. Back to leveling. With level 15 construction, it was time for another upgrade. A scary one. The Tool Store 1. If you remember in the last episode, this is the upgrade that ended the run of our precious Equal Boy.
Fuck.
This time though, it was going to be at the forefront of my mind. I went ahead and dropped the 10k for the workshop, leaving my tiny cash stack as a reminder of the task at hand. At the sawmill I made 2 oak planks and nothing more. Just enough for the tool store itself. On my way back south I killed a couple of unicorns for Marintil secondaries when...
That looks disgusting. Look at that piece of shit right there. Oh my god. I've never seen that before.
And then when I was back at home, I built the tool store 1, freeing up 1 whole inventory space by having a saw ready to grab at all times. Totally worth losing the Equal Boy account, right?
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
No, that's behind us now. We move forward. I somehow fucked the recording, but luckily RuneLight has my back with some screenshots. During the missing footage, I also found an easy clue scroll. I had to drop some cash on a plate skirt, a plate body, and a helmet. But after a 1-2 step, and selling my armor to lower my weight, it ended up all worth it.
Woohoo! Badass.
Behind the scenes here, man, Essence running with 12 inventory slots is worse than CBT. All pain and no pleasure.
Huh?
Yes, it's just the edging joke again, shut up. Thankfully, this was the last inventory for 17 mining and 17 rune crafting. Then it was Herblore. Herblore on this count is also like CBT. No joke, just true. Then for prayer, there's no way combat will cover all your needs for bones, so you've just got to gather them by hand. It's torturous. It's like cock and ball. Okay, I'll stop.
A17s, motherfucker.
I started the 18 circuit with more CBT.
I'm not fucking leaving!
This is the circuit where Equal Boy met his untimely fate. He ain't dead or nothing, I just messed up his balance. Since starting on Equal Feller, I've been carefully watching the skills cab, opening it whenever I could and making certain each level won't somehow ruin the account. I felt more prepared than ever to surpass my previous record. And there was base 18s, past what I had done on Equal Boy. But that wasn't enough for me. It was further than Equal Boy got, sure, but Equal Boy also had a 19 skill, and I wouldn't be satisfied until I was even with that. I was closing in on base 19s, but I couldn't beat Equal Boy's record without beating all the same quests too. I beat this random guy up, first try this time, and completed the Corsair Curse quest. I did Witch's Potion, Sheep Herder, and Sheep Shearer, and now that I had finished completing every quest I had done on Equal Boy,
Ah, beautiful.
there it was, base 19s. But, you know, something about that just doesn't look quite right. Boom! There we go. Ah, but what's the point of the destination without the journey? We were nearing the end of the circuit with 4 skills to go, and I had an idea. I did the Forsaken Tower for 500 mining XP and 500 smithing XP, jumping both skills to level 20 at once. Now my rune crafting wasn't matched up with my mining, but I had a way to rectify that. And no, I'm not talking about the OSRS library. That shit's too smart for me. I'm talking something that gives 500 XP exactly. I home tellied, snagged level 20 agility on my way through, and grabbed my last limp from the Client of Corinth quest. I felt confident enough with getting Slayer XP at this point that I would rather save time running Essence. Surely that won't come back to bite me in the ass. And that brought me here. That's right, no actual rune crafting. I just came here for the bit, and the aesthetics. And now, it was time to hit base 20s.
There it is.
God, that looks good. And it feels good. All that edging and ball busting, and finally, I came to a climax.
What the hell are you talking about?
But for Equilibrium Man, this isn't even close to the end. Man, I spent so much time in the editing booth on that last video that I had to get a new bond. I'll take it as a win though, since this is the first Equal account that has lasted long enough to need a re-up on membership. And now that we are a member again, we can hop back onto World 369. Damn you fine. We're starting off the video today with a huge win for the commenters, because I'm actually going to do one whole round of the OSRS library, and depending on how it makes you feel, we may do more going forward. For now though, I just wanted to close the gap between mining and rune crafting. Honestly, there has not been a lot of change in the way we get levels. There are some slight differences, like chopping and burning oaks instead of normal trees, or pickpocketing from new NPCs. My circuit had become a well-oiled machine, running through its paces over and over again. But I was looking to change that. I built a bed for Marlowe without ruining an account this time. What the fuck? Fuck this, I'm making a chunk account, and completed Daddy's home for level 21 construction. And then there was Hunter. Initially I didn't want to do Implings because I was worried about what would happen if I lost my net or ran out of jars. But then I remembered that Elnock the Inquisitor can store them for me. Also, it turns out you can just buy jars from him for 2k each, but I wanted to avoid that if possible. After claiming my free gear from Elnock, I got level 21 Hunter for base 21. Then I got level 22 Hunter to start the next circuit, and decided that the low level Implings didn't really give shit for loot. So I was going to stack up as many jars as I could until I can start getting decent loot from later Implings. If you ever wonder how I'm doing, don't worry. I still make jokes to myself alone in my bedroom. It keeps me sane.
Oh yeah, me and Piscarilius go way back. I call it Port Piss.
It was coming time to do construction, so I reclaimed my reward for Daddy's home and cracked it open for a bunch of construction materials. I looked around the skill guide wondering what I could use the mats on, when I decided that now would be a good time to try out mahogany homes. Fun fact, I've never actually done this minigame before. All I knew was that it was decent construction XP. I visited the boss to get my first ever contract, helping Ross in Ardone. I took a ship over to Artie, spoke to Ross, and built him some furniture. I hit 22 construction and completed the task.
Job's done.
I went downstairs to let him know when I had a thought.
Talking to him doesn't give me like an XP drop, does it? I'll look that up.
One quick visit to the wiki later, I found out my last second thought had just saved the account from being ruined forever.
Ugh. I shudder to think.
Saved it from myself, really. I'm a menace. So instead of mahogany homes, I spent the materials on a sink and some rugs instead. I'll hold the regular planks for use next circuit.
Base 22. But if you think about it, this is really just Base 2, but long.
The jokes keep me sane. Honest. Check this shit out. Boom, baby. Slayer 23 and Hunter 23. The best part is this frees up a lot of combat XP so I can do more questing and go for some drops. Also, shout out to Gumb for having a name that sounds like Gump, and also being the first person ever to PM me after watching the videos. I try to keep my private on, so if you ever want to drop a line, please feel free. And for my next trick, Eye of the Abyss completed. Runecrafting level 23, another huge win for skipping annoying grinds. And for my final trick, Jungle Potion
Completed.
for Herblore level 23. I successfully skipped all of the most annoying grinds this circuit. I love quests. And as a bonus while I was here, I had an epiphany. I can buy my bronze at the shop here in Karamja. There's less competition for the bars, so I have to do less hopping. And the anvil is much closer. This should speed up the smithing grind each circuit.
Think about how this building looks like a tiny cock and ball.
This week, I wanted to try out a new method of recording to hopefully speed up the throughput for these videos. Before, I was recording every single minute of gameplay and pouring through it for hours to timestamp important moments. While I like the idea of not accidentally missing footage of something important, hopefully moving to the more clip-based recording method that most RuneScape creators use will let me be a little more productive in the editing room. Unfortunately, it can lead to missed recordings at times.
Shit.
The biggest thing that's changed with this account is, at this stage, past base 20, I've really been able to start delving into quests. I finally have enough XP between level ups that I can usually complete at least one quest per base level circuit, if not more. The quests aren't too hard yet, but we are making huge strides toward our quest cape goal. I would really like to complete as many quests as possible, as soon as they become possible. Meaning whenever I can do a quest and only get one level out of it, I'm going to give it a try. Some quests later on might prove to be a challenge combat-wise that way, but hopefully that makes it so the account doesn't get too easy on us. We can't be having that, right? I started up Porcine of Interest, died,
He's fucking dead.
got my revenge, and completed Porcine of Interest. Finally unlocking a new Slayer Master. Unfortunately, she's just Terrail but worse, because she doesn't give any points still, but can also give Sour Hogs as a task, which no one ever wants to do. And finally, it was time to do my first death pile. I know that it's integral to the UIM gameplay loop, but to be honest, I really don't like the idea of death piling. It just seems kind of disingenuous to the challenge, you know? But this next quest requires me to have an empty inventory, so you gotta do what you gotta do, I reckon. Did recruitment drive real quick for 25 prayer, 25 herblore, and 25 agility, and reclaimed my death pile. Now that I'm a few base levels into this video, I gotta say, I take back everything I've ever said. The Arceus library is incredible. It's so much quicker than doing runs, especially with low inventory space. While I was out here questing, I met this fellow Guthix worshipper. And got a quest from him. It was pretty easy. I don't know why it took that one guy 108 tries. It only took me 8. And when I completed the quest, I got level 26 crafting.
Now that it takes more than 1k XP to level up, I finally got to turn in my first Mahogany Homes contract for level 27 construction. And I was finally able to do Priest in Peril. Mauritania unlocked. With level 26 Herblore, I also unlocked energy potions, which is huge. Unlike basic attack potions, which have negligible utility, energy potions are fantastic for speeding up the game. They don't last long once you have them, but that's exactly why I've got to save them up while I can. Thankfully, we can use Mr. DeCancelot at the Grand Exchange to note my potions so I can hoard them forevermore. And we're back at the library. I seriously take back all my words and deeds. The Arceus library is just fantastic. If you ever try an equal account, or if I ever have to restart again, I'm going to be doing this from the start. No more mining essence for me. Shout out to Varlaborn for being the first person ever to recognize me in game. Appreciate the support. I finally got to do Restless Ghost, a quest that I would usually do within my first 30 minutes of a new account. And I did Gertrude's cat. And for the big reveal, my cat is white, just like Attila. The real cat that is my profile picture. It was meant to be. And shout out to Hannah for being the second person to recognize me. It was a close one. It was finally time to do Shield of Arav, the most nightmarish quest for the socially anxious. Thankfully, I'm great at making friends. Shout out to this guy for helping me complete the quest. Oh yeah, no problem. See you later. Now, Shield of Arav doesn't technically give XP, but I've saved it for so long because if you speak to Historian Minas up on the second floor of the museum, you can get an XP lamp worth 1k XP. And I got a second lamp that I forgot about from Merlin's Crystal too. Let's use that lamp on the Slayer for Slayer level 28. And I'll delete the next one until I can... I can't get a replacement lamp. Guess I'll hold on to it for now. And now that I've got some more free combat XP, I wanted to kill some of these elemental wizards northwest of Port Sarim to try and get some talismans. Now, I don't technically need talismans anymore because I have the Abyss unlocked, and also because I'm doing the Arceus library for all my XP these days. But I've been trying to take care of some of the easy diary tasks while running around the map doing my level circuits. And to complete the diaries I had in mind, I would need either a earth or fire talisman to make some lava runes. And I got it pretty quick. To make some lava runes for the Desert Easy Diaries, and water runes for the Lumbridge Easy Diary. I entered the Abyss, but I would quickly discover the Abyss was much more dangerous than I remembered. After respawning, I had to think fast. I claimed some runes and sold them for a little cash, chartered a ship to Ardone and stole some food now that I knew I'd need it. I minigame Chelly to Soul Roars, returned to Edgeville, and re-entered the Abyss to reclaim my items. It didn't go so hot. I couldn't get free runes again, so I thought about another way to make some quick cash. I took the free pickaxe in Remington and mined up some iron. I sold it for a few pennies and paid my way back to Ardone. I stole more food, but quickly ran out of spare thieving XP. I realized I would need a way to telly out once I got in there, so I sold some of the food I got, and scrounged up some other junk to scrape together 300 coins so I could buy another Chronicle. It had already been a half hour since I died, and I knew I may not have another chance. I would have to go in with a plan. Back in again, and I felt like I was close enough to risk it. I took the highest priority items, coins and the Wizhat G, then tried to telly, but it was too late. Now, it was time to panic.
And time to cheat. I called in some reinforcements to tank for me. Me. So I could recover my items in relative safety. I finally managed to escape, but that wouldn't be the end of it for me. With coins in hand, I bought another Chronicle and some charges, and I went back in to recover my last few scraps. And while I was here and already cheating, I figured now would be a good time to complete those achievement diaries. I went through the water rift to craft some water runes for the Lumbridge Easy diary. I left and mined up some more essence and picked up fire runes. And on my way for another take, I realized I was missing something critical. My cat! Thankfully, despite my criminal negligence, Gertrude has my back. And it's another white cat. It really was fate. Now, back in the Abyss, it was time to complete my final task. Lava runes.
Fuck.
I traded out those runes for the correct type of rune this time, headed back in, said hi to myself in the corner, and went back to the fire rune to make those lava runes for the Desert Easy diary.
Fuck you.
Well, I guess that'll be a task for another day. Have you guys realized yet that I'm incompetent? In every way, pretty much. Back to something I'm better at. Recording levels.
Shit.
And through all my struggles, I managed to complete the Lumbridge Easy Achievement Diaries. I wanted that ring to have a little bit of extra run energy restore, and the lamp will come in handy too. I can't use it just yet because you need level 30 in your skills until you can use it, so I'll just destroy it for now.
Cannot reclaim? Fuck.
I still had combat XP to spare and I wanted to spend it somewhere with useful drops. So I found myself at the Chaos Druids in Low-Level Wilderness. And while killing them, I managed to get a looting bag. Another hugely integral part of the Ultimate Ironman gameplay loop. I can put some things that I won't be needing too soon in here, and it'll save me a good bit of inventory space. And now, it was time for a party. Shout out to the monks of the Chode Monastery for throwing this for me. And why are we partying, you may ask? With Monk's Friend completed, we got Woodcutting level 30 and Base 30. As capable of mistakes as I may be, I honestly have a hard time seeing a way for me to screw up at this point. We hit a new record on base levels once again, and I foresee us hitting many more records in the near future. And this is only the beginning. This was my first time logging in after putting out the last video, and I was immediately bombarded with PMs. Thanks to all of you for the support. This was so awesome to see. But anyway, now that the initial flood of PMs is over, let's get to gaming. We are starting today at base 30. New levels, new me. Level 30 skills are going to mean a lot of upgrades for the account. Chopping willows. Burning willows. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. But there is something much more major that I'm plotting today. You may remember in the very first episode of the series where I said, exceptions? None. Well, other than hit points. But today, we're going to make hit points an exception no longer. I've got some sneaky tricks up my sleeve that will get us caught up to hit points today. And once we're caught up, we're staying caught up. No more inequality in these stats. One of the best tricks up my sleeve is, now that I'm past 30, I can make use of Easy Achievement Diary reward lamps. That will keep my Slayer level caught up while I put my plan into action. Slayer was out of the way, but I still needed to level magic and ranged. And now that I could actually get pure essence, I was getting ready to make lava runes once again for the achievement diaries. During the process, I got magic level 31, but missed the message because I was responding to a PM. The perils of popularity. And I missed range level 31 too. No excuse for this one. I just wasn't recording. So never fear folks, I'm still incompetent. And hit points 35. There are very few HP levels in this video, so enjoy it while it lasts. Luckily enough, I managed to get both talismans, so I don't even have to enter the abyss this time. It turns out though that it's actually a medium task, so I didn't really have to do this yet anyway. Or at least it's out of the way, I guess. The next stop on our journey is Equilibrium. Why, you may ask? Is it to start this quest that you are forced to start just to enter the city? Whoops. No, we're just going to pretend that didn't happen. We are here because of Stats Are Even, an account by our own Tuz94 that was humbly inspired by me and my equal accounts. Check out those stats. He taught me about Equilibrium tasks, a little known minigame with god-awful rewards that no one does. But for my purposes, it's perfect. In this minigame, you will help a random 1 of 7 dwarves spread through the city by getting them a few items in return for either gold or XP. When you complete the task, you get randomly assigned to another dwarf from the list. Most of the rewards are completely useless, even to me, but there are 2 dwarves that have a chance to reward you with combat XP, no HP XP attached. It's been so long, but I finally got another useful task for XP. It takes forever to get a useful task, and I can definitely see this being a slog. To give you an idea, here's a little time lapse from now until I get my next useful task.
Three steel swords, that's doable. Yeah, baby.
I finally got a doable task, and 5 minutes later, I've got the task completed for a reward of attack XP. Now I've just got to do that 3 to 6 more times for this level circuit. An ungodly length of time later, I finally got level 31 attack, and more time later, level 31 defense. And thankfully, this is the end of Equilibrium tasks for this circuit. We aren't done with the city of Equilibrium yet though. Next up is strength. If you've heard of Camp Q, chances are you know this method, the Blast Furnace Pump. If you work this pump, you get free strength XP. Not like this of course, you need someone to put coke in the furnace. But this is a pretty popular method, and there is an unofficial world for it. If you hop to World 302, you'll find several pumpers like yourself, getting they pump on. The XP is dog shit, but it is so AFK. I love it. It is especially relaxing after running around Equilibrium like crazy for the past several hours.
Shit.
I relaxed so hard I missed the level. But there was base 31. We were a crew of scurvy dogs, but sure we love to pump. I liked it so much I pumped some more to start off the level 32 circuit. And that would be my basic tactic for getting my skills caught up with HP. For now though, I was really close to the next Slayer level, so I got up my ranged and magic on task. Hopefully though, this would be the last time I have to do actual Slayer until I am fully equal. I spent more time in Equilibrium task hell for defense level 32 and attack level 32. I'm quickly realizing that I hate this method, but it's all for the greater good. And now that I'm at base 32, I can drop another easy achievement diary lamp on Slayer to keep that no combat train going. I had been holding myself off from Verlamore content because I didn't want to rob myself of the joy of exploring the content blind on my main. But I recently did just that, so now I can jump straight in. If you're interested in seeing a video about that exploration, let me know down below. And now that I'm in Verlamore, it's time to do one of my favorite quests. It's a new one, but it's a good one. If you're a spacebar warrior, I promise you this one is worth reading. No spoilers though. Quest complete. I successfully did more of this awful shit for level 33 attack and level 33 defense. God, I hate this. I can't wait until it's over. But, you know, all for the pursuit of balance. On the plus side, I get to relax with more pumping for strength level 33. And we have a 99 party to go to. I missed level 33 fire making while waiting for the guest of honor. But big grats to Penguin Pav for 99 farming. I'll get there too, just give me a few years. Well, my friends, I've got a problem. I'm dead broke. Definitely not going to be able to finish the smithing level. I've got to figure out some Ironman money making. So here's the plan. I'm going to get some food. I'll buy some water skins. Shit, I'm too broke to buy water. Buy some empty water skins. Fill those skins manually because I can't afford water. And take a stroll through the desert, ignoring the carpet rides I can't afford. And that brings us to the agility pyramid. I only just unlocked this method, so hopefully I can complete at least one lap. Good start.
Well, fuck me. Okay, this plan has been a massive failure.
Alright, new plan. I'm just gonna sell off my fire staff for a little coin and worry about the consequences later. That'll be enough for the smithing level. And there's base 33. I accidentally reverse recorded it, but I just dumped another easy diary reward lamp on Slayer for level 34. These lamps have been everything for having combat XP to spare while getting caught up with HP. Hey, check this out. If I switch over to my main, which I'm always AFKing on,
Boom, baby.
I spent more time in hell doing Equilibrium tasks for the devil himself for level 34 attack and level 34 defense. I seriously don't like this at all. I might cave and do some pest control for next circuit. For now though, pump it! I was a little too close to my prayer level to want to leave, so I spent some combat XP on undead chickens to get some bones for the Ectofunctus. With that, I got level 34 ranged and level 36 hit points. Fear not though, this would be the last level of inequality. I got level 34 prayer, and then myself and every one of you were threatened. Well, you heard the man. Get clicking. There's no deeper meaning to this clip. Honest. With thieving as my last skill in the circuit, I wanted to start Death to the Dorgashin so that I can have as much thieving XP as possible to get the needed ham outfit pieces. Fun fact, you actually have a significantly higher chance of getting ham pieces while you have this quest active, so hopefully I can get everything I need by 35 thieving at the very latest. I got level 34 thieving, completing base 34, and I managed to get all the outfit pieces shortly after.
Yes!
Quest completed. And that lets me skip all ranged XP for this circuit. I also did Death Plateau, letting me skip all attack XP for this circuit. Fuck you, Equilibrium tasks. And with one last Varrock Easy task, I got another achievement diary lamp to boost my Slayer. And to continue not doing Equilibrium tasks, it was off to pest control. I have been avoiding this minigame because there is no way to get pest control reward points without gaining XP in some way. The standard method of getting points is combat, which is obviously off the table. And the only other way to get points requires your woodcutting XP to get logs and crafting XP to repair the barriers. I had wanted to save the woodcutting for easier fletching and firemaking XP if possible, but at the end of the day, it's easy enough to source logs for those skills elsewhere. so it would only be smart to go ahead and start spending all my woodcutting XP on pest control. And once I had spent all that XP I had to spare, I can use my pest control reward points to get combat XP for free. Level 35 defense, no tasks in sight. But even if we aren't doing tasks in Equilibrium, that doesn't mean I can't stop by to scream a mighty battle cry and pump all through the night. Shout out to Fecal Happens for being the first person ever to want to give me a bond. That will definitely come in handy after this coming editing stint, or if you're watching this, my recently past editing stint.
Boy oh boy, I sure hope that replay buffer works.
Alright, friends and fellers. To keep that streak of not doing Slayer going, we need to get risky for the next achievement diary. I am loaded up on food and I have one mission. Go into the Abyss and visit the Chaos Altar. And it was easy. Hell yeah. Let's get that lamp and throw it on Slayer. And there we go. The first skill to match up with hit points. Let's keep that ball rolling.
Oh man. We are so close to being done with this hellhole. It's been hours, bro. Hours. But I'm finally done. Let's say goodbye to this Equilibrium task hellhole.
But by the time the sun arose, I'd pumped myself to death. And to round out my Equilibrium saga, I completed Giant Dwarf.
Start of Equilibrium and hopefully the end. For 36 mining, 36 smithing, 36 crafting, 36 magic, 36 thieving, and 36 fire making. Oh baby, look at that shit.
With 35 fishing, we unlocked Temperos, so I think it's time for me to do one whole game of it. There are no big XP drops at the end to worry about or anything, so since I can stop fishing at any time, I don't have anything to worry about XP wise. And with that one game, I am already at 36 fishing. For my rewards, well, I was hoping to get some noted planks, but I guess I'll take the free cooking XP. I spent one more woodcutting level at pest control, just in case the points come in handy in the future. And while I was here, I spent a few points to finish out ranged. I technically had the HP XP to spare, but might as well make sure things stay equal going forward. What I've been doing lately for prayer XP has a little risk involved, but the levels come a lot quicker, and it can kind of be done on the back burner. When I have my minigame telly available, I go to Soul Wars, exit to Ferox Enclave, head northeast to the Bone Zone, grab up some big bones, go south till I can ectophile out, buy some pots, grind them up,
Wind it up!
buy some slime, and pray. Then I do whatever else I can think of until my minigame telly is available again. It's a good 500 or so XP per run. Not too shabby for me. I was working on my last skill for base 36 when I got a message from Balance Flea, a true legend of the equal account scene. He's been doing it for years, no videos or anything, just for the love of the game. Look at those stats. That'll be me, one day. And there we have it, base 36. But, more importantly, for the first time ever, every single skill is exactly the same level. We've finally reached true equilibrium. We are starting today at base 36, having just finished catching all my skills up to hit points in the last episode. I forgot to mention it at the end of the previous video, but we are currently sitting at 188 hours of playtime on this account. It'll be fun to see how much time I add on going for the next base level goal. Now that I'm trying to keep all my skills equal to hit points as well, planning ahead has become more important than ever. That is why the start of every base level circuit begins with research. Checking all the quests I haven't done yet and choosing which ones I have enough XP available to take on. Once I have my quests for the circuit planned out, it's time to start the grind. But before any quests,
I have something important to take care of. With level 37 construction, I unlock the Menagerie, which is a huge financial investment for me, but is essential for the happiness of my cat, Attila. Now she has a nice home she can stay in, and it will free me up to take more risks without worrying about losing my cat after death. Now that Attila is safe and sound, my first order of business is to start the Lost City quest and poison myself to death on nettles so I can go to Intrana. And with my business on Intrana taken care of, I reclaim my items and complete the quest. Death piling is going to get a lot more common going forward. In general, I don't really have a reason to go for any specific quest. I'm just trying to do them as soon as I have enough XP available. But there are definitely some quests that I am looking forward to, either for utility or out of potential necessity. I'll be knocking out a lot of quests in today's video, and some of them might become essential to the account's survival. Even though I managed to get hit points in line with my other skills, it is still a pain point for this account. There are quests that reward HP XP that I have to carefully work around if I want to stay equal, which is a bit of a roadblock to my goal of getting a quest cape. But that is only the beginning of my hit point struggles. You gain hit points at a rate of 1.33 HP XP for every 1 Slayer XP. This means that, all else being equal, HP will outpace Slayer in the end. That means I'll have to find a way to forcibly drag my Slayer level along while keeping all my other stats equal to HP. So how do we get Slayer XP without doing Slayer? Thanks to Klitzy29 for being so devout a follower of Gothics that they felt the need to gift me a bond. That will fuel my next adventure. And their bond blessed me with a good clue reward. The hat's looking sick, but I think I'll stick with the OG for now. Slayer will be my biggest problem in the end, no matter what I do. But there is still a way to grind it, even with no combat XP involved. Some people might think I mean cleaning museum finds for free XP lamps. But not only is that locked behind dig site quest, which I won't have enough XP to do until the 50s, it is also staggeringly slow at only 1k XP per hour. While that method may be good as a last resort, I had another idea in mind for my Slayer solution. We were finally able to do Nature Spirit, a quest I have been wanting to do for a while now. Originally, I wanted to avoid any quests that gave HP XP, because I didn't want to make HP even more overleveled than it already was. Now that we are in line with HP though, we were finally able to squeeze this quest in. With Nature Spirit done, I was able to start the Marek questline, the biggest quest series in the Mauritania region, and one that will lead to a ton of unlocks for the account. My Slayer solution was still in the works, but that wasn't the only thing I wanted to work on today. There was a huge upgrade to one other skill that I have been keeping my eye on. I've been biding my time, carefully calculating at each level, and finally it was time to take on the Temple of the Eye. I finished the tutorial round of Guardians of the Rift, taking me up to level 40 runecrafting and base level 40. And then I turned in the quest to take me up to level 41 runecrafting. I wasn't able to try out the minigame itself this circuit, but from here on, my runecrafting XP will be coming significantly faster. And to celebrate my accomplishment, I wanted to start off the level 41 circuit with a bang. Or several bangs. That is 10 skills, 1 quest. Bet you've never seen this before.
You ever wonder what them geckos you're doing holding up that bowl?
And thank you to Rat Mode for the second bond of this video. I am finding the limits of how much I can get done on a single bond this week, so these 2 bonds will definitely be coming in handy for the future circuits. I just missed the Herblore level, but there's base 41. Continuing on the Myrek questline after In Search of the Myrek was In Aid of the Myrek, and that was one of our major goals for today. Most people out there probably know Settled and his series Swampletics. In that series he had to grind up Slayer to get an Abyssal Whip without ever doing a Slayer task. How did he do it? Why, temple trekking, of course. With In Search of the Myrek done, we have unlocked the temple trekking minigame. And as a reward for that minigame, you can get random XP tomes. With those tomes, we're able to get Slayer XP, even if we become unable to do combat without over-leveling. I can see this being a real savior of the account later down the line. I successfully unlocked Guardians of the Rift for better runecrafting training, and temple trekking to be my fallback for Slayer XP. And now it was time to put my nose to the grindstone and reach my base level goal before my current bond runs out. In case you're wondering where I'm getting my funds lately, it's a simple Ironman staple. Starting in the Ferox Enclave, I head north, brazenly barge through the green dragons with no anti-fire shield at all, enter the area just north of them, and pick up the steel plate legs that spawn there. Then hop, get more legs, and repeat. Once you have a full inventory, you can teleport out and sell your legs for a decent few thousand gold. I'm also taking another cue from ol' Swampman Settled, using my Terramins for Serum 207s. You can give this serum to the villagers in Mortone, and they will give you shit rewards in return. One of those shit rewards is more Terramins. If you're lucky, you can get Herblore XP totally for free this way.
Look at this fat inventory of Terramins.
It's free real estate.
And there was base 42.
Attack from melee. That's an incredible get.
Base 43. Whenever I finish a stint of hunter training, I do as many of the stacked up clues as I can. Usually the rewards are dogshit, but as if to celebrate me for 44 hunter, this time I actually got something. I can't wait until I can store some of this stuff in my costume room. Speaking of, at level 44 construction, I can now start storing random event items. That means more lamps for me once I complete some of these outfits. Oh hey, check this out.
I'm not even supposed to be here. I hope I don't jack off.
Nice. Oh shit, that's sort of level 1000.
And there we have it. Base 44. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Base 4.
The long way. peanut butter.
That is just incredible to look at. Checking on time played, we are sitting at 300 hours. It's been 2 weeks, so I have to look back at where I started, but...
And we started at 188 hours, so holy shit. That is 112 hours that I've played this account in one bond. 2 weeks. 112 hours in 2 weeks.
Last time on Equilibrium Man, we went from base level 36 to base level 44, playing over 100 hours in one bond as a working adult and causing a crisis of faith over my life choices. Will I have a more reasonable playtime today? Will I reach a cool number for my base level goal? Find out today on Equal Man Z. Alrighty, we're starting today with base level 44, sitting at 300 hours of playtime on the account and ready to grind. If you've been here a while, you might know what that grind entails, but some of you may wonder, what does a base level look like in the life of a guy like me? It feels like I should already be a decent mid-level account by now, given my playtime, but we are still relatively low level, which means not much has changed for me. The biggest difference is in how I get around. Access to spellbook teleports and more knowledge over minigame teleports means that I don't need to be as worried about what order I do skills in. I just sort of pick a random block of skills and go at it. Today, I wanted to start with woodcutting. When I have the XP to spare, I like to do a little pest control, because it's good to have the combat XP backup, and if I can save enough points up for the outfit, that will also be great to have. So I stuck around pest control for 45 woodcutting. After woodcutting, it only feels right to do fire making, which I still do the same way I did at the very beginning. Setting Lumbridge Castle on fire. And there's 45 fire making. Right now I have most of my things in my looting bag in a pretty clean inventory, so it's a good time to do some hunter. Catching implings in Puro Puro is much slower for XP than regular hunting, but the supplies you get can be a game changer. Right now I'm getting some nice Laurens from Essence implings, but I'm really looking forward to level 50 hunter when I can catch Eclectics. Not for their clue scrolls like most people do, but for their noted planks, which will make future construction training a breeze. For now though, after a few hours, we hit 45 hunter. Another good skill to do with an empty inventory is fishing. I do pretty much all my fishing at Temperos now. These days I can get about 3 games in per level. And on the third game, there's 45 fishing. I always love getting planks from the rewards pool, but even without those I usually get plenty of cooking XP. There's 45 cooking. While I've got those free planks handy and a fairly empty inventory, let's do some construction. The free planks don't get me far, but I can still get my planks the old-fashioned way. Telly to the Chode Monastery, run to Port Gazard, bam, bam, hop, repeat. With a full inventory, we teleport to our house and build. And there's 45 construction. All things considered, this skill's pretty fast compared to some others. One skill that seems to take forever is farming. Sorcerer's Garden isn't exactly fun, and each run is only 50 farming XP. It can take hours to do a single level, and that's with me still only needing a few thousand XP per level at this stage. The biggest time waste is that you can't do this minigame without run energy. While agility has helped a little with my energy regen rate, a significant portion of my time is still spent waiting for a run. But we have to do it, because we need those juicy herbs. Getting farming XP any other way would just be a waste. I'll be honest though, I do hate this, and I've already started to cheat on the method a little. After all, there's not a chance I'll be doing this all the way to 99 farming, so I've got to start finding some alternatives for my herblore needs. For example, let's take a break for some thieving. I can't get too many seeds before getting a level, but thieving from Master Farmers has opened up real farming to me again. I can usually net myself a few herb seeds per thieving level, and that helps cut down on how much Sorcerer's Garden I'll have to do. There's 45 thieving.
Oh, I can do Autumn Garden now.
Another thing I do for little Sorcerer's Garden breaks is some prayer runs. Whenever my minigame telly is available, I telly to the Ferox Enclave, bake my herbs in the looting bag, and do an inventory of big bones at the Ectofunctus. If you keep up with it, you can get prayer taken care of passively while doing your other skills. For now though, back to farming. We've got a follower of Gothics. Thanks to Bronze Siphius for the bond. I appreciate it.
And a few hours later, we've got 45 farming. We did ourselves another prayer run to bank the last of our herbs, and while we're in Port Phasmatis with an empty inventory, now would be a great time to do some crafting. It is an ultimate Ironman classic to train your crafting here. You can buy sand and soda ash at the charter ship, make your molten glass at the furnace, blow the glass on your way back, sell your inventory, buy more sand, and repeat. A little later, there's 45 crafting. It's such a blissfully fast skill after all that farming. Turns out there are a lot of skills that are nice to do with an empty inventory. Up next is mining and smithing. It used to be a lot more walking, but now that I have access to teleports, these two skills have gotten a lot faster. First, I buy a pickaxe from Nermoff, then I teleport to my house. I mine an inventory of iron, teleport to Falador, and smelt the bars. There are closer anvils to smith at, but I like to save a Larune here by buying a hammer in Falador and walking up to Doric's anvil to do my smithing. I make some darts to bank some fletching XP, teleport back to Remington, and repeat. In the middle of mining, I was asked to come to Lumbridge where Blue Nighter had a bond for me. Thanks for fueling my adventures. Because iron has a chance to fail when smelting, the XP doesn't always line up, but thankfully this time around we were able to get 45 smithing just from my available mining XP. Even if I didn't, I do have ways around that though. But it is nice when we don't have to break out the backups. And there's 45 mining shortly after. While I've got a decent pickaxe in hand, and again an empty inventory, it's time to do some rune crafting. Guardians of the Rift has been an incredible upgrade for the account. Rune crafting is dead easy now, and sometimes I even get a chance to stock up on some nice usable runes like Nature's. When I can make law runes here, that'll be really sick. A couple of games later, we have 45 rune crafting. And I also finally managed to finish out 45 prayer. Now that we're out of skills that need lots of inventory space, it's time for me to die. When I get back to Edgeville, I grab my combat gear and head down below to start fishing for a new looting bag. And with our new looting bag in hand, we reclaim the rest of our items and stow away what we won't be needing for a while. Once we're left with just what we'll be needing for our next few grinds, it's back to skilling. When I hit 40 ranged, I unlock the Ranging Guild. In here, I can actually just buy all the fletching XP I need. For now, I'm just going to buy as many shafts as I need for the level, and work down my stack of bronze arrowheads. With your shafts and heads in hand, you just need to grab your balls. I mean, feathers, from the nearest fishing store. It only takes a few minutes from there to hit 45 fletching. Next up is herb lore. Around these parts, we use whatever herbs we can come by. Today, we start off with some Guams for attack potions, move on to Hairlanders for energy potions, and then finish with some Terramins for serum 207s. Not too much later, we have 45 herb lore. At this point, I'm almost out of regular skills to do. The last one before I move on to combats is agility. For this, I am just doing whatever rooftop course I can to stack up enough marks of grace for the graceful outfit. Once I have that, I might make use of the agility pyramid for some extra coin. But I've got a super secret money making method now that might make that course obsolete. More on that another time though. For now, here's 45 agility. With all the skilling out of the way, it's time for combat. So head to your current Slayer task and get to slaying. Nothing much to say for these. I did Slayer for 45 defense, 45 ranged, 45 hit points, 45 Slayer, and 45 attack. I didn't want to get much more hit points XP for now, so I cast some curses for 45 magic and finished up the level circuit with some pumping for 45 strength. This one circuit from base 44 to base 45 took us 20 hours. Now it's time to do it all again. Thankfully, not every level circuit has to be a flat skilling grind. To speed up our circuits, we can do quests. Roll the montage. It is at this point that I have some slightly unfortunate news. I accidentally spent an entire day recording the wrong Runelight window. And that means we've got an entire day's worth of clips that just look like this. We missed several levels, and we also missed me showing off my super secret money-making method. I suppose it will have to stay a secret for a little while longer. Thankfully, Brunelight has my backup with some screenshots, so we can at least show the level ups. Please enjoy, and don't hate on me too much. Thank goodness that's over. Back to some real clips. Base 47. Why him head be doing that? There's base 48. I was finally able to store some of my clue rewards. We were finally able to do the Knight's Sword, a quest most people would do right away on a new account to skip them straight past the first 30 or so smithing levels. It let me skip one. More importantly though, it let me finish the Falador Easy Diary, getting me another lamp to use on 49 Slayer. Speaking of smithing, let's check in on my main real quick.
I hope nobody goes home and fucks my mom.
It took a long time, but I finally found enough spare HP XP to squeeze in the Witch's House, another quest most people would do close to the start of a new account to jump their hit points up. And we rounded out base 49 with 49 farming. We were coming near the end of base 50, and I was really antsy to get there, so I caved and did some actual hunter to get 50 hunter a little faster. I also caved and did some tithe farming for 50 farming. And if we let this game of Guardians of the Rift finish... Base 50. Damn, that looks clean. We almost have a respectable account on our hands. Looking at the playtime, we are sitting at 433 hours. So I guess I took my self-reflection from last time and decided to double down on playing way too much. What can I say? I'm having fun. With base 50, numerically, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Mathematically though, we're actually less than 1% of the way to max. Doesn't that just sound demoralizing? While 50 might seem like a pretty big milestone, in terms of skilling methods or other content, not really much has changed. There are certainly some possibilities that opened up, but most of the changes to our skilling circuit came from within. Our first example of a change is in woodcutting. To save some time and some sanity, I've decided I'm not that concerned with pest control right now. Rather, I've decided it is more worth my while to spend woodcutting XP to level other skills faster. And if I happen to have any XP left over at the end, I might hit up the pest control box. With that in mind, I chopped and burned maples for level 51 fire making. While cutting some oaks for construction XP, I hit level 51 woodcutting, and then I got level 51 construction shortly after. No pest control this circuit, but that's fine by me. Another thing I wanted to give a try was farming contracts. I unlocked the farming guild at level 45 farming, but I still haven't been there on this account. Instead, I ground myself bloody at the sorcerer's garden picking herbs. That method was already taking hours per level though, and the tedium was really getting to me. So I wanted to see how viable farming contracts might be to source my herb seeds. Fun fact, I've actually never done a single farming contract, not even on my main or previous Ironman accounts. Turns out, I'm not so good at trying new things in RuneScape. While I wait for that first contract to grow, I'm going to see if I can thieve up some herb seeds from Master Farmers too, to further supplement my herb supply. I got a little carried away and went straight for level 51 thieving, but let's go check on our contract, and, more importantly, the seedly rewards therein. I got limpwort roots and some herb seeds, all in a few hundred farming XP. I could definitely see this being viable, but it's going to need some further testing, which I'll do while working on my other skills in between. I saw another method I wanted to try, ripped straight from all the Dead Man Mode videos that came out recently. Like many things with an Ultimate Ironman account, the first step was dying, so I can keep my stuff safely in a pile on the ground for 1 hour. From Lumbridge, I cut myself a canoe and paddled my way back north. In the Ferox Enclave, I tried out a new trick I learned from a commenter, punching rats to death for a fast looting bag. And once I firmly had my sack in hand, it was time to grab my bone. When you've grabbed your bone for long enough, your sack will fill up, and you just need to handle your bone a little longer to reach your limit. Finally, with your bone and sack in hand, it's time to head over to the Chaos Altar and... head over to the Chaos Altar and explode all over... Fuck. Head over to the Chaos Altar and explode all over it. Shit. Bitch. Well, I gotta say, it's a lot more frustrating than my previous method, but it's also a lot faster, so I'm probably going to stick with it going forward. Besides, I think I've learned the trick to it. And after doing several farming runs at the herb patches and farming guild while leveling my other skills, we were finally at level 51 farming. All off of contracts, limpwort roots, and herb seeds. And I gotta say, I got quite a few herbs out of it. I can't say definitively if this is going to be fully viable going forward, but I'm definitely going to be giving it a longer term try. Worst case, I have other ways to get Herblore XP.
There's a bird in my ass.
And now for the grand reveal. My money-making method. I had some spare magic XP and I didn't want to push my HP level too high, so I found myself stealing from Varrock West Bank and alching their valuables. Shout out to I Am Golem for letting me know how simple it was to get in here, and how beneficial it could be to the account. Though, I gotta say, while it is certainly beneficial, some of those items for Crackle Clue 3 were not so easy to get, especially on an Ultimate account. But now that I've unlocked it, I can see myself returning here many times in the future. Anyway, there's level 51 magic. And to round out the circuit, Hunter. Strictly speaking, what I'm doing to get levels hasn't changed, but what I get out of it has, in a big way. Starting at level 50, I can now catch eclectic implings. But I'm not after them for their clue scrolls, like so many others might be. I'm here for their wood. 4 noted oak planks, specifically, commonly dropped from their loot table. It'll make future construction training a breeze. Over 100 planks later, there's level 51 Hunter and base level 51. After staying here for level 52 Hunter, I had quite a few clues stacked up to do, and out of those caskets we found ourselves quite a few uniques. Unfortunately, I can't store medium clue rewards just yet, so these things are going to be clogging up the looting bag. But I don't want to throw them away, at least not yet. I might scale back how many clues I do for the next several levels though, so I don't find myself wasting items. I managed to unlock another potentially account-saving method of gaining XP with the Tears of Guthix quest. This could help me bail out of an under-leveled skill up to once a week. Looking at you, Slayer. There's Olaf's quest completed for level 52 defense. Thanks to Iron Lotad for cheering me on. Live at twitch.tv/ThisIsLandon for very occasional live streams. We were also finally able to complete the Waterfall quest. The first quest most people do on a new account, completed over 400 hours in on Equalibrium. Hell yeah. At level 50, I unlocked the Rogue's Den. I totally forgot when I was still at 51, but now that I'm getting ready to thieve my way up to 52, I've got to get that Rogue's outfit so I can double up on my herb seed gains. Having to kill myself to clear the inventory out every time was pretty annoying, but a few hours later, outfit achieved. After getting all my combat skills with questing, for the first time in the history of Equilibrium, I am behind on hit points XP. Luckily, I was able to complete the Desert Medium Diaries to get a lamp to spend on level 52 hit points. I still needed to get level 52 Slayer, but to do that, I figured it was about time I got another kitten. That completes my Varric Medium Diaries for another lamp that I can spend on level 52 Slayer. Base 52, baby. Don't worry, Attila's still at home. Now she's just got a friend to hang out with. Sitting halfway between base 52 and base 53, you might be wondering, why isn't this guy doing Wintertod? To be honest, at 51 I just forgot, but now, working my way to 53, I'm just scared. Unlike Temperos, which only gives you fishing XP when you do an action, Wintertod gives an XP per action plus a big XP drop at the end of each game, making every game a terrifying chance to overlevel. So until I'm a little higher level in the fire making department, I'm going to be avoiding the toad. Base 53. Thank goodness I unlocked Tears of Guthix, because I'm already feeling the need for it. Slayer fell behind as always, so I'm spending my first week at Tears of Guthix to get the level. Some of you might be afraid about the XP gain, but after a little research on the wiki, I've determined that it's next to impossible for me to overlevel just from the Tears XP drop, so I'm swimming smoothly over to level 54 Slayer. If I did overlevel though, that would have been pretty funny. Be honest. Anyway, that's base level 54. And now, for the Peace D Resistance.
Hey, little girl. Did you want to know a secret? 'Cause I know one and it is so good to hear it. You want to know what it was? Alright, I'll tell you what it was. I know how to count all the way to 55. 1, 2, 2.5, 7, 14, 21, 27 half, 27, 37. What you say? Shiggity swell, 55. Shiggity swat, shiggity 5. Shiggity swell, 55. Shiggity swell, 55. Girlfriend's age, 55. My IQ, 55. You must pay. 5 plus 5 is 50, 50, 50. 55. Shiggity swatty swatty swat. Swatty swat, 55. My IQ is 55. Shiggity swatty swatty swat. Swatty swat swat swat. Shiggity swat, 50, 55. Come on, girl, when you add 5 plus 5. Come on, girl, 55. Do that 55. Come on, girl, shake your butt, you ex. 55, 55. Now let's do the stick. Come on. Shiggity swatty swat. Shiggity swat. 55. Shiggity swat. 55. Shiggity swatty swatty swat. 55. 55. Come on, girl, 55. What you say? Come on, girl, 55. 55.
And there's base 55. I've mentioned it before and I'll say it again. My first major goal for the Equal account is a Questscape. We've still got a way to go, given that we need a minimum of base 75 to even start all quests, but we are always moving forward. Up to this point though, quests have sort of taken a backseat to the levels. Today, I want to focus more on those quests, and just how many I can get done. And boy howdy, do we get a lot done. I've been trying to do Fairy Tale Part 1 for a long time, but I've struggled to get the nature tiles we need for the magic secateurs. I've been saving Guardians of the Rift pools for maybe 10 base levels now, to see if I can get enough Abyssal Pearls to buy the talisman. And today's the day I give it a shot. Nothing special from the pulls, but 50 pearls was all I needed. We can finally buy that talisman and move on with my life. With the secateurs made, I killed Tanglefoot and completed the quest. And with Fairy Tale Part 1 done, we can start Fairy Tale Part 2. Finally, nearly 600 hours into the account, we have unlocked fairy rings, one of the best methods of transportation in the game. I took a quick stopover in the Gnome Stronghold to do the Eyes of Gluffery, leaving my skills in the perfect position to gain lots of strength and defense XP. And with all that prep taken care of, it was time to enter the Champions Guild and time to slay a dragon. Lots of people acted like killing Gelvard was crazy, but I'm pretty sure this is actually the strongest I've ever been when taking on this quest. It'll be easy as pie. One dead cabin boy and one dead dragon later, quest complete. Can't wait to never buy this plate body. Believe it or not though, this is far from the most impressive quest I'll be completing today. Another stop at the lighthouse to complete Horror from the Deep, where I of course selected the Guthix book for my reward, and one more skill before our next major quest. It was time to become a hero. Are y'all ready for this? And 1300 total. Now that is what I'm talking about, holy. Thanks again to Iron Lotad for showing up to celebrate my achievements. Catch us live over at twitch.tv/ThisIsLandon if you want to catch some live Equal Man progress. By the way, I turned 30 years old during the production of this video, so subscribe, motherfuckers. I got 57 magic by surprise while stocking up for farming, and I did some fletching while waiting for my seeds to grow. I spent that time speaking with Shifty RS over on their podcast. If you want to listen to me waffle on and fumble over my words, or perhaps even learn some behind the scenes info about the series, give that episode a listen. Link in the description. One more skill and one more quest. Contact complete for 57 thieving and a lamp that I can use for some extra combat XP later when I need it. Speaking of major quests, I killed the king, and that's Regicide complete. Continuing down that Elfland quest line. With level 57 Runecraft, we are now at base 57, and we started base 58 with Runecrafting 2. Check out those law runes, baby. Guardians of the Rift is a game changer. A new base level also means more XP available and more quests we can complete. I started off with a mini quest, Bury Your Soul, which is completely pointless for Ultimate Ironman, but I gotta green out that quest log, you know? Next up, I became a king, completing Throne of Miscellanea, and unlocking one of the best activities for an Ironman account. Ultimates can't do that shit either. Give me my 10k. I decided it was time to try out some Wintertod, and found that it isn't nearly as scary as I had feared. I comfortably fit in 2 games to get level 58 fire making. Can't wait for that update that lets me store my pulls. That'll be sick. And after that skill, it's time for another quest. Haunted Mine complete. Level 58 strength and a cool necklace. I stopped by Taran's Lair too to complete another mini quest and make my necklace even cooler. Too bad I don't have anywhere to store this thing. I managed to complete Fairy Tale Part 2 as well. That's 10 quests this video, and only 40 quests to go for the Questscape. I'm coming for ya.
Sandwiches. Nah, just mustard.
I'm doing all of them quests. I do 'em old, like Royal Trouble. And I do 'em new too. I ain't afraid no Varlamore. Heart of Darkness complete. For level 58 mining, thieving, slayer, and agility.
Another one bites the dust.
It's a long series of events, but now that I'm doing Wintertod for fire making, I'm free to use my woodcutting XP for planks for construction. And since I don't need planks from Megalithic Impelings anymore, I decided to try out Hunter Rumors for faster Hunter XP. I got level 58 Hunter off 3 Rumors. The loot isn't the greatest, but those magic logs will come in handy in the future. One more level in magic, and there's base 58. And you already know what a new base level means. I started out with Family Crest because it's a prereq for so many quests out there, and then moved on to something big. I won't be able to complete it just yet, but I figured now was as good a time as any to start working on Recipe for Disaster. There's part 1. If you aren't in the know, Recipe for Disaster is one of RuneScape's biggest quests, with 10 sub-quest parts to complete, and requiring level 70 cooking to complete in the end. It's a gauntlet of challenges that any account will want to take on eventually.
There's part 2. Another one. Under the sea. They call me Sir Caculon XL. Evil. Oh, mama.
Alright, that's all I can manage right now, but I'll be back for you very soon. Gotta become a legend first. Yep, I'm a legend. And this quest gives out 4 lump sums of 30k XP, I'm hoping that I can just cash in one XP drop, then run away and come back later. That way I can get all 120k XP on Herblore, like any Ironman should.
But here's the test. Level my Herblore, please. And walk away. It works!
Unfortunately, this method means my quest won't turn green until I accept all 4 drops. But that's still another one on the counter in my books. I messed up the recording, but with Legends Quest done, I was able to rescue Ceramic Vars, putting us at 8 out of 10 for completion of Recipe for Disaster and hitting level 59 cooking. All I had left from here was the monkey at level 70 cooking and the boss fight. That'll be a little ways away, but we shall return. Okay folks, it's time for Equalfeller's first foray into bossing. Not because I feel like I'm ready for it necessarily, but because I want to complete that mini quest and get the juicy 20k prayer XP reward from it. Carol down, Aram down, Guthan down, Varric down, Torag down, Darok down, and the chest is shit. Honestly though, that wasn't that bad. It only took 3 prayer potions and about 15 minutes of my time. Perhaps farming barrows will be possible in the near future. For now though, I'm going to take my prayer level and run. The XP turned out a little tighter than I thought it would, but I managed to finish up the Forthos Dungeon mini quest and got an XP lamp to use on level 59 Slayer.
Did you know that if you drop a scarecrow, it stands up?
Well, there's base 59. And to start off base 60, I've got a big one for ya.
Look at this shit. Boom, baby.
Those are some big numbers. And you know what's even better than the numbers? What's 60 attack without a weapon to wield?
Godly.
I managed to complete Make Corinne Great Again, or whatever that's called. More importantly though, that's 20k Slayer XP for level 60 Slayer. I also got another dose of Herblore XP goodness from the Legends Guild too, level 60 Herblore. For now, I think I've completed all the quests I can do for today, but that leaves us at 21 quests completed this video, over 30 including mini quests and RFD subquests, and only 27 quests left to do for the Questscape. Now we just need a few more levels. There she blows. Base 60. This is really starting to be a respectable account. At base 70, I think I'll be feeling like a god. And we've only got 27 quests left to go. I'm pretty flexible with my skilling order these days, and what I start with mostly depends on what the previous level circuit ended with. Because I ended base 60 with farming and thieving, that's what I'll start with today. But I can't just thieve mindlessly, spending the whole level worth of experience at once, because I really need to combine thieving for master farmers with doing farming contracts, to make sure no skill falls behind. I can hoard some of their rarer or more useful seeds in my pockets, but while I'm waiting for a contract to finish growing, it's useful to do some other skilling on the side. The most important factor for what skills to work on is inventory space. I sort of split the skills into two categories, ones I can do with a full inventory, and ones that need lots of inventory space to be fun. And I don't really know about you all, but the first skill I think of that doesn't require any inventory space is agility. You can run as many laps as you want, so long as you've got a stack for Marks of Grace to go in. And we've just unlocked the Sears Village course, so that means we get some new scenery for the first time in a while. While working on agility or other skills on the side, I'm also always thinking about and researching what skills might be doable for me in the near future, so I can get closer to my goal of a questscape. We're running low on quests at this stage of the account, but I think I can still complete a few this episode. About halfway through the agility level, we break to turn in our farming contract, start the next one, and it's back to agility. And around the time for another farming break, there's 61 agility, first level of the video. There's honestly not a lot of skills in the game that can be done with a full inventory, but fletching is one that only requires a few spaces, so it's always a good fallback for me while waiting on farming. It can get expensive though. Already it can take 100k plus per level if I'm not careful, but I can soften the blow a little with some woodcutting XP. With my shafts and heads in hand from the ranging guild, we just need to buy some feathers from a fishing shop, and we can watch our cabbages grow and fletch. It's only a matter of time until we get the level, 61 fletching. Normally that's just about it for regular skills to do with no inventory space, but lately I've been trying a new crafting method. Varlam War Part 2 just came out recently, and there is a new gem shop that I don't think the other players have locked onto yet. Here I can buy up to 6 uncut gems a world, cut them, hop, sell, and buy some more. It's very tedious, but you net profit doing this method, so it's very helpful for supplementing my cash stack for other skills. Given time and a lot of clicks, there's 61 crafting. Next, we buy a pickaxe. Mining the regular way needs inventory space, but recently I've been going to Shooting Stars to get some nice AFK time in, and that doesn't require much space at all. Today though, I wanted to try something different. I started the Perilous Moons quest so that I could get access to Cam Torum. I'm not able to complete the quest just yet, but I can now make use of mining calcified rocks. It's a little AFK, and it nets you some bonus prayer XP, which is always nice. We got 61 mining, unlocking a new pickaxe that I couldn't possibly get. Now let's see how much prayer XP we managed to squeeze out. About 7k, not bad. That's like 3 big bone trips to the Chaos Altar. It's not much of a time soak, and it definitely isn't something I can do forever, but I also still have a little XP banked at the Legends Guild. I can drop 1 dose of XP for 61 Herblore. And after a long enough time of AFKing and sleeping too much because there isn't much for me to do, we hit 61 farming. But the waiting time ain't over yet. Now I've got to run through the rest of these herb seeds. There is one last skill that requires an empty inventory, but that we can still work on with a pocket full of seeds, because it requires me to die anyway, unless I want to risk my lifetime savings. And that skill is prayer. I've got 60 minutes on the clock to pick up my stuff before it disappears, and depending on my luck with PKers, that's enough time to safely do 3 to 4 prayer runs. This method has changed slightly since the last time I showed it off. First, no more looting bag, because it helps to take less emotional damage when you die. I just hopped for 1 full inventory of bones. Fun fact, you can quick hop by pressing Ctrl, Shift, and the left or right arrow key to save you a few clicks. Here's where the new tech really comes in though. As I once saw in a Sea Engineer video, PKers are able to scry on the entrance to the Chaos Altar, and if some PK bot farm sees you going in, you'll get hopped on and killed in an instant. To avoid their prying eyes, you can hop to a free-to-play world while you run over. Once you're inside the altar, the scry can't see you anymore, so you can set up your screen however you like for doing prayer training. I like to increase the camera zoom amount so there's less empty space between my inventory and the altar. With everything set up, you can hop to a suitably low populated PvP world and get to praying. I've found that doing my runs this way greatly lowers my chances of seeing a PKer. It's not completely bulletproof though. But if you persevere long enough, you can get to level 61 prayer. Once you've got a new looting bag, you can reclaim your stuff. And since we're resorting our inventory anyway, we can pull out some supplies for other skills, like this combat stuff. Usually I don't have anywhere near this amount of thieving XP available after the farming grind. I chalk it up to having some seeds hoarded over from the previous level circuit. Either way, I've got to spend this XP somewhere, and it just feels like a waste not to try getting more herb seeds from master farmers. We hit 61 thieving, and now our pockets are chock full of herb seeds once again. I think I'm going to temporarily store some of these seeds in my looting bag though, so I can move on with my life. To be honest, farming is one of my biggest time wastes in this series. It's a real pain in the ass, and definitely slows the progress of the series by a lot. But it's my only real method to get herbs, so needs must. Thankfully there's still some stuff I can do even with only a partially empty inventory though. It's time for me to do a quest I've never actually done before, on my main or even back on the original RuneScape.
Them hands is nasty, bro. This brother looks like Gachigasm.
Path of Glowfree complete for 61 strength and 61 slayer. Combat in general doesn't require that much inventory space. Wasting prayer potions to AFK Slayer is one of my favorite pastimes. There's 61 attack and a combat level. A little later, 61 defense. 61 hit points.
More like shit points.
And level 61 bone crossbow. Ranged. With combat training complete, it's time to die again. Another new looting bag, and I can swap out my combat gear for more herb seeds. If you don't know a lot about Ultimate Ironman life, there is a lot of dying. My inventory isn't completely empty, but I should have enough space to do some winter time. Break out the warm clothing and over to the Todd we go. The new warmth system is great, by the way. I only wish taking damage didn't stop your fletching action, then it would be perfect. A couple games later, 61 fire making. Next up, Hunter. I kinda fucking hate Hunter rumors, but it's definitely faster and a lot less mind-numbing than spam clicking the eclectic implings for hours on end. You can also get more prayer XP from the loot, and anything that keeps me out of the wilderness for another moment is fantastic in my eyes. Plus, I need more magic logs for a big quest coming up soon. Either way, there's 61 Hunter. Smithing is another skill that only requires a halfway empty inventory. My tactic is to buy up some plate legs and plate skirts in Al-Kharid, run them up the ramp to Meltdown, and making my swords out of that. I don't particularly love this minigame, but it's certainly better than sourcing bars for smithing the old-fashioned way. 61 smithing. Now that I'm finally through with my herb seeds and have the right amount of inventory spaces available, it's time for construction. For that, we go to Varrock, chop some oaks at the lumberyard, turn them into planks, teleport home, remove a larder, build a larder, remove a larder, build a larder, back to Varrock, and repeat. It's pretty dull, but it gets the job done. I got level 61 woodcutting on the way, and then 61 construction. I've only got a few more skills for the level circuit, so we've just got to hit them one by one in whatever order I feel like. First up, fishing at Timber Ross. There's 61 fishing, 3 skills to go. Net up our rewards to get some raw fish and cook them up. 61 cooking, 2 skills to go. I want to save rune crafting for last so I can stay there for 2 levels straight, so magic first. Luckily, I had enough XP to spare to get a quest done. Watchtower quest completed, and 61 magic. 1 skill to go. My tactic at Guardians of the Rift is pretty simple. I just get 100 energy for the elemental runes, and then I spend the rest of my time getting as many law runes as I can. I don't care about the points, at all. Just need those juicy laws. Check out those laws, baby. There's 61 rune crafting and base 61. Now, we basically just do the same circuit, but in reverse. Things that need an empty inventory first, then on to farming and things that I can do with a full inventory. And so the cycle continues. Before we go to a montage though, here's 62 rune crafting, and check out those laws. 700 will last me a good while. I also got 62 construction, which was a good level for me to break out the crystal saw and boost to upgrade my costume room. Now I can store more random event outfits and even medium clue scroll rewards. Okay, now it's montage time.
Snappy D's.
It was time for my final XP withdrawal from the Bank of the Legends Guild. One last drop of 30k XP for 62 herb lore, base 62, and finally, the Legends quest is officially complete. By the way, do you realize how insane it is to have prayer as your highest combat stat? I need therapy. I once again have some spare magic XP. Do you remember me mentioning I would need magic logs for a later quest? Now's the time. You ever see something like this? Boss 1 down. Diamond placed? Wasn't even close. Boss 2 dead. Diamond planted. And there's a couple of things I can do with this rang too. Completed Curse of the Empty Lord for a 10k XP lamp to throw on Slayer. And there's the General Shadow complete too. 2 more mini quests down. Boss 3 cheesed.
Get fucked. Blood. You can mill my balls. Brr. It's cold in here. There must be some.
And look at that. Desert Treasure completed. Man, 63 magic. You all know Konar, friend of the channel, lover of balance, giver of shit slayer tasks. We'll finish out base 63 with thieving some seeds to get myself a nice head start on farming for the next level circuit. There's 63 thieving and base 63. First up, we farming. We're already pretty close to the level thanks to my saved up herb seeds, and there's still plenty of thieving XP to use on master farmers for more seeds if needed. It kinda seems like we start this way a lot. Farming is a constant annoyance for me, and I can foresee problems with it in the future. That aside, today I decided it could be fun to give you all more of a live showing of my thoughts as I go through the levels. Rather than just covering what I get done, I wanted to let you know why I'm doing each thing I choose to do. Basically, I'm going to make this video more like most other RuneScape videos out there. Novel idea, right? I'm just doing a little agility on the side while browsing my list of quests to do and deciding my route for this level circuit. I got lucky with needing so few extra seeds for the farming level. It leaves a lot of spare thieving XP. Ideally, I would use that to get more seeds, but I'm also still working towards that quest cape, and I've got a quest or 2 coming up that gives thieving XP as a reward, so we want to make sure that doesn't overlevel us. The quest I've got in mind right now is Morning's End Part 1. That would get me the thieving level, but it would also give me 25k hit points XP. And just like I anticipated when I originally caught my other skills up with my HP level, HP is starting to outpace my other combat stats, so I need to think of a way to get that combat XP up, and also keep dragging Slayer along. As much as I hate to waste good XP lamps this way, I might have to do some medium achievement diaries and drop the land some combat XP to keep things equal. Hopefully I'll find some other way to work around that though. It somehow caught me by surprise, but I got 64 agility. And now it's time to enact plan Morning's End Part 1. Step 1, I want to make as many energy potions as I can, to make this process less painful. I blew through all my Aventos for a pretty decent supply of super energy potions. Didn't quite get the Herblo level, but I can make some regular energy potions too. Halfway through my Harrowlanders, we hit 64 herb lore. These energy potions should definitely help me through a few quests. I was double checking the quest requirements and realized I need a magic log. Wish I hadn't stored all my spares with the balloon boys. I'm gonna do some hunter contracts in the hopes for a lucky magic log reward. 64 hunter and no magic logs. Guess it's off to the Todd to try my luck there. 64 fire making. I got a Bruma torch, but no magic logs. Managed to finish out 64 farming on the side, and then it was off to Puro to look for some nature and blinks. They drop magic logs at a 1 in 10 chance, so it shouldn't take long. And it only took 2 imps. Should I have come here first? Probably. But I needed to get the other skills up anyway, so it's not like it hurt me to try. I'm just gonna use up my supplies in my inventory to clear space for questing. Got 64 fletching, cause I could. Yeah, I get distracted pretty easily. Okay, it's finally questing time. I killed a mourner for some clothes, and he even had a certificate to verify my identity. Damn, ain't that convenient. Brother, I know people put in a lot of work for these elves, but I just think they're so ugly. It just doesn't look old school. They've done a much better job with the Varlamore NPCs. There's the quest complete for 64 hit points and 64 thieving. Of course, part 1 is the easy part of the quest series. I'm wishing I had thought ahead a little bit more though, because I can't actually do part 2 right now without risking an extra agility level. I should have skipped the agility at the start of the level circuit, but it's just too easy to do while farming and researching. No well, guess we'll do part 2 next circuit. I'm going to do some AFK mining while I rethink my plans for the circuit. I think I'm a little locked down on quests, unless I want to try some tough PVM challenges. But I'm a little concerned about the HP XP I might gain from attempting quest bosses. We've got to do more skilling first, so I can have a clean slate for the next level circuit. Then comes the combat XP issue again. I do have some backup plans, like cleaning dig site finds at the museum, but that shit is slow, and I want to avoid it if I can. There's 64 mining. Now let's spin these bone shards. Connor gave me a worm slayer task last level circuit, which sucked big time. But leaving every 5 worms to use their bones at the Ectofunctus gave me a major head start on my prayer level for this circuit. So much so that these shards get me 64 prayer. No wilderness time today. After all that thinking, I didn't really get far. For now, I'm gonna work on my diary tasks and see where those lamps get me. I completed the Lumbridge medium diaries and dropped a lamp on attack. It hurts the soul, but I don't see any other way. Holy shit, I was just doing this intelligence thing for the Corinne diaries, and I can totally just do this for my combat XP. I blame the sickness I'm still recovering from for not thinking of this sooner. Thank goodness I only wasted 1 lamp so far. I'm so confident I'm going to use the Corinne medium diary lamp on Slayer, like a good boy should. There's 64 Slayer. I finished out 64 defense and 64 attack. I was originally thinking of doing 64 strength at the pumps, like the good old days, but this method is so fast and easy that I'm just going to stay here. There's 64 strength on the gangsters. This shit is actually incredible. This changes everything, as some might say. I'm definitely going to be keeping this in the back pocket for the future. And look at all those planks too. I blew through all those planks and did just a little more to finish out 64 construction. And I got a little extra construction XP after that to finish out 64 woodcutting. I'm sort of running low on skills to do. I don't exactly feel like doing it, but I just happen to have the right number of inventory spaces for smithing, so I've got to do what I gotta do. There's 64 smithing. I think I'll do crafting next. You might realize there's no real reasoning behind my skill circuit. After all the planning at the beginning is done, I just kind of do what I feel like. Ooh, it's a dream day at the crafting factory. Every single world is full stock. I hit 64 crafting already, but I'm gonna finish out the world list and get some extra XP and GP while the iron's hot. After running through every world, I made around 200k, and we've only got 6k crafting XP to the next level. Cutting it a little close, but at least next level will be easy. I think next I'll do fishing and cooking. To be honest, I'm not really a big fan of Temperos. I kinda just do it for the speed. I think we're gonna do some AFK fishing after this game. Now this is the life. I mean, I'll be honest, it's a hell of a lot slower than Temperos, but it's so much more soothing for the soul. There's 64 fishing, and 64 cooking right after. Almost done with the circuit? I think I'll do rune crafting next, because I don't want an elk right now. There's 64 rune crafting. Reckon I'll finish this game, and I guess I gotta go high elk. High elking these rings is one of my least favorite activities, but the money's too good to pass up when you've got spare magic XP. I'll do some teleporting to finish out the magic level though, because when you opt for the level it switches off of the skill screen, which is annoying for my videos. One last teleport, and there's 64 magic. All that's left is ranged, and we've got to do that the old-fashioned way. AFKing Slayer tasks. With 64 ranged, we have base 64. Now we can quest again. I've got an inventory full of shit, and I'm ready to end some mornings. And here we go, the Pain Zone, Part 1. And so it begins. Hey, only 5 tries the first time around. Here's hoping for that much luck next time. We fell on the way back, but that's no biggie. And here's Agility Hell Part 2.
First try, baby.
Now we're set on that part. The super energy potions were a godsend. And of course I made liberal use of the OSRS Wiki quest guide too. But there's still plenty more annoyance to go. Now I've got to collect 50 unique pieces of shit for this dumb dwarf. I did want to try gaming the system first and seeing if I could get a death talisman for my Guardians at the Rift rewards. To be honest, I'm not sure if it's possible, but it's worth a try. And I suppose I could get a catalytic talisman too.
Oh shit! Oh, that's elemental. Oh shit! Got the abyssal needle.
Yep, nothing. Plenty of laws though. Bye Needle, see ya never. Players everywhere hate him. I ended up just doing the work. It took 2 or 3 hours, but we've got the death talisman now. Just a couple of finishing steps and there's Morning's End Part 2 complete. And level 65 agility. Ain't that something? Unfortunately, as a UIM, I have to make a bit of a tough decision here and toss my teleport crystal. It would be very handy to have in the future, but it'll just be way too long till I can do Song of the Elves for it to be worth the inventory slot. Moving on from there, it was time for a PVM challenge. I want to finish out the Perilous Moons quest for the juicy free Slayer XP. I've only done this boss once to complete the quest on my main, and that was months ago and with much better stats. So wish me luck. Here's our first try on this one. Orange version, whatever it's called.
Fuck this.
Take 2. My number 1 takeaway from take 1, do better.
Come on! Literally 1 HP, bro. He did it.
Alright, blue version.
Yo! First try on Blue Boy.
That was dead easy. Now I'm gonna give the red version a try, but something tells me I'm gonna have to cave and get better armor, because I remember having trouble with this boss even on my main.
I think I'm fricked, boys. I'm out. Alright, I cave. My milk cash stack. Oh, it hurts. Alright, upgraded gear. Take 2. Alright, if he heals off this, I'm leaving. Fuck. Take 3 as soon as these jaguars die. Yep. I forgot to start recording, but take 5. Fuck you, fuck this, fuck you. Brother, I am struggling. What even is this? Take 6, 7? Take, 9? Take 10. Huh. 65 strength. Okay, this is take 10 or something. Take 10 or something. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna rethink some things. Fuck. Shit. Well, at least that was the first time I died.
In a way, this is actually good, because I was planning to clear out some inventory spaces for next try anyway, so I can go in with more food. We've got a whole lot more food now, let's see if that makes any difference whatsoever.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Take 11 or some shit. Please. Yes! Oh, I'm gonna come.
Alright, with 0 struggles at all, there's Perilous Moons complete for 65 Slayer. And I just remembered I can get loot. Show me the garbage.
Oh shit. You joking?
What even is this? I've never seen this before. Might as well save it for now, I guess. Now I just gotta cash in my gear, stick this bad boy in my looting bag, and it's time to skill. And there's base 65. A decent number, but not where we're ending today. This base level actually unlocks quite a few quests to do, but I think I'm all quested out after that moon shit. I'll save those for next video, give you another reason to come back. Man, Trouble Brewing sure is just straight up dog shit. But we are nearing our goal for the day, and I had to AFK my way through a game to complete the Mauritania Medium Diaries. If I use that reward lamp, we get 66 Slayer. And that is base 66. Check that out. 666, the number of the beast. Satan who? 2/3 of the way to 99, in a way, and it only took us 960 hours. We're starting off today with kind of a big problem. I have 50k farming XP till the next level, and I am farming contract locked. I need to grow a maple tree, and getting a maple seed at this stage of the account is essentially all up to luck. I'm going to have to explore some alternative leveling methods, at least for a little while. I'm training ranged, AFK style, and doing my regular checkup on quests I can do. It actually unlocked a whole lot more quests from hitting base 65 than I thought. We've got some serious questing ahead of us. And a few hours later, there's 67 ranged. Our first step to a glorious new base level. With the research all done, let's get to questing. First up, Taiwo Wanai Trio. I actually tried to do this quest around 30 base levels ago, but I messed up the free Karambon you get, and have been waiting for 65 fishing to catch my own ever since. I caught a Karambon, completing the Karamja Medium Diaries, and used it to poison a spear. I gave Tamayu the spear, finally completing his list of requirements, months after he first asked me for help, and we slayed the Shaikahan. Quest complete. This quest is a little unique in that you don't actually get all your rewards right on quest completion. Don't forget to claim the XP and other rewards from the brothers. Even bigger than all those rewards is, that is 150 quests complete. Only 20 to go for the illustrious Quest Points Cape. I'm putting off actual skill training until I'm done with all the nickel and dime quests, but I might as well claim my Karamja Medium Lamp and drop it on Slayer. I know I'll need it. And here's another quest I unlocked at base 65. Devious Minds. Thank you, by the way, to the commenters who let me know that after you get the Abyssal Needle once, you can just trade a regular needle in for another one at any time. I'll be using the Colossal Rune Pouch for this quest, and for runecrafting training later to save me some headache. You guys ever hear about ACAB? How about AQAB? All quests that require you to go to Intrana are bastard.
Hell yeah, brother. Fuck the Intrana monks.
Quest complete. Considering how high level your skills need to be for this quest, the XP rewards are kinda dog shit. I need to complete this 10 times over to get a level from it. The next quest that needed me to have a skill at 65, Lunar Diplomacy. This is kind of a big one, and so our struggles begin. Thanks to Guardians of the Rift though, I don't need to collect a bunch of talismans. I can just visit all the rifts right from this little minigame for my lunar staff. And into the dreamland we go. I did something that can't be said out loud, or else the AI will put me into YouTube prison. And we've done it. Yet another base 65 quests with god-awful rewards. But we need it for that quest cave. Don't forget to claim the extra spell from Baba Yaga before you leave. I'm taking a quick little detour from questing to tick off another medium diary from my list. I got my Ivan staff back from Koftik and blew a bunch of money to complete the last task of the Ardone medium diaries. Rip to my mill cash stack. Put the lamp on Slayer, as always, then alk that bitch-ass staff. Welcome back, mill cash stack. While I was at it, I did one game on the level 70 pest control boat to finish out the Western Provinces diary. More Slayer XP, yay! Okay, back to questing. Next up is King's Ransom, another base 65 quest. Shit man, not much more equal than the scales of justice. My opinion does not reflect the opinions of my employer. That's one criminal freed, one king destatuified, and one quest complete. The XP isn't too bad for this one, but the real reward comes after. The night training waves are supposed to be really tough, fighting night after night without the use of prayers. But there's 1.5 million ways to cheese this, so it's only a matter of time till we get the win. I prepped well for this one. 67 attack, 67 defense, 67 strength, and 67 hit points. On top of the XP, while we don't quite have the level for piety, we did unlock chivalry. Huge steps forward for Equal Feller. Keeping the quest combo going, it's time for a quest I've never actually done before, the Curse of Arav. That means I'm gonna actually read dialogue. Still gonna use the old school wiki for help though.
Oh damn, that's the guy.
Time to touch this creepy heart, with no food, armor, or any other prep. This couldn't possibly go wrong. Howdy. See ya. Alright, back here again to actually fight this time. I'm gonna give it a shot with suboptimal gear and food just once and see how it goes.
Ah, fuck this.
The fight wasn't actually that hard, I just made a couple of mistakes. I'm going in again with the same setup.
I feel like I'm a god on these QTEs, bro. Bro, I'm a god. That was sick.
I took out a Rav. See y'all in the north. Quest complete. That's 67 mining, 67 thieving, and 67 agility. Quest prep is always a task for a UIM, but I got mega lucky with getting a Firminic shield after only 13 kills. These quests are starting to get a little late game. It's Firminic Exiles. Rip to the Petrock man. He's been sitting in my house for 20 or 30 base levels, and now he's dead. JK, he's back. I'm going all out right from the start with this battle. The inventory is clear, and I even made some super restores. And we're buying some rune armor. Let's try and do this in one shot. Step 1, the war in the market. Easy as pie. Step 2, the mid-boss. I wasted more food on this than I would have liked, but just the boss to go. I think it's a little too much for so little food. I'm gonna go restock, then this should be pretty easy. Take 2. Anyone else get a little upset with them hijacking your camera for these boss fights? I get that we want to be cinematic, but I'm not that kind of guy, man. I like having one set angle. Anyway, big snake down. Quest complete. 1, 2, 3. 3 levels. That is also another 5 quests done. 15 quests to go. I had to die after that quest to restore my inventory, so I'm taking this opportunity to do a round of pest control for the diaries. This shit blows hard for UIM. No cape, no arrows, no runes. I've gotta die and then hope we complete as much as possible in a single hour before my stuff despawns. Thankfully for the medium diaries, I just need to do 1 wave. I'll have to come back here later when I have some real death storage available. No damn. I just realized I actually have more quests completed on the Equal account than I do on my main. It's been that long since I had a quest cape on that account. While we're out here doing quests, I figured it was time to attempt some quests I've been putting off for a while now. The Marak quest line returns, with a taste of hope. Oh lord, he chunky. And he dead. That's the mid-boss down, but the final boss is a little tougher. I have to die to take out potions, so I'm giving this one try, with just food to see if I can save myself some hassle. Here we go.
Come on, bro. No! Fuck.
That was closer than I thought it would be, but this time I'm gonna pre-pot, buy food, and run there as fast as I can. Here's take 2. Yeah, one prayer pot was all I needed to make this dead easy. Boss defeated and quest complete. You know what they say though, when in mire ditch, may as well try to complete the quest line. Sins of the Father. The boss for this quest is a hell of a lot tougher, but we're gonna give it a shot. Dude, there's so much fucking dialogue. Chill.
Oh, bro, come on. I didn't bring that much food. I'm risking it. I believe. Well, if I die, I'm gonna blow up. Okay, mid-boss dead. Wasn't even close.
We are successfully entering Darkmire. Am I a real account yet? Alright, it's go time.
Classic Marek. Don't worry, I've got this. Not!
I really feel like I'm gonna have to abandon this quest and come back to it with higher stats later. But I can't not give it at least one try. Let's see how we do. I mean, it wasn't quite as difficult as I was expecting, but I'm gonna need to clear out more inventory spaces and get some proper gear. I traded out the rune for some D-hide because that's supposedly better for this guy. I also traded out my bone bolts for a little extra prayer bonus. I'll take what I can get. Next step is to die. I need to reset my pots, and I'll leave some stuff on the ground temporarily so I can hold more food. Look at all this stuff on the ground, man. This is so stressful. I've got about 40 minutes until my entire life savings despawns from the world forever, so let's make these next attempts count. And take 2 is going really poorly. We're only 100 HP down with half our food gone. I'm gonna reset now and not waste more time on this attempt. I remember this boss battle being basically up to RNG on my main too, so I was sort of prepped for this. 30 minutes left for my ground items. Here's take 3. Made it like halfway through, but the food's running low. Let's reset while we still have the chance. 20 minutes till my loot despawns. Take 4 will be our last attempt before I need to pick my shit up and do a hard reset. Made it about halfway again, but I'm just not tanky enough and not doing near enough DPS. I'm not giving up yet though. I want some gear upgrades so I can at least say I took a solid crack at it. The weapon is set for this fight, so better D-hide it is. First up is Fever Spiders. They drop red D-hide chaps, super common. And there they are. A red D-hide body is a little too tough to get right now, but my crafting is high enough that I can stew boost up to craft a blue one. He's done it. That's about all I can do for now. We're set up again and have 50 minutes on the item despawn clock. Time for attempt number 5.
Oh, fuck. That probably screwed my chances. Yeah, there's no way I can do the second phase. But I want to at least see it. Come on, bitch. Alright. I'm out.
I felt like my RNG there wasn't even that hot. I think I may have a real chance to beat this guy. 30 minutes on the timer. Let's see if we can do it.
Okay. Shit on my cock.
Attempt 7. I made a couple of rings of recoil this time. I wasn't doing anything with my ring slot anyway, and one food won't make or break me. Let's see if it helps.
Fuck. That's probably gonna kill my chances again. Bitch. Oh. Okay. I have like literally 0 chance. Alright, fuck it. I'm out.
Okay. Honestly, I think this is actually doable. That being said, this is gonna be my final attempt for now. This is stressful, and I got shit to do, like actually gaining some levels. And if I can't manage it here, I'm gonna just come back in a few base levels.
You fucking bitch. God, I suck.
I wasn't lying though. That's the last attempt. Even if it was cut short. I'm getting pissed off, and you know what they say. Better to get pissed on than pissed off, right? But I will return. I'll beat his bitch ass next video. It may not be the original plan, but we've still got a quest to do. Swan Song.
You in what army? Oh shit!
Old school team, bring back easy bosses. If it was good enough in 2006 or whatever, it's good enough now. Quest complete, 67 fishing. And we aren't done yet. Next up, Dream Mentor.
Died the next time he crawls out of his hole. Watch him. Get fucked.
This shit requires 85 combat. You taking notes, Sins of the Father? Quest complete, 67 magic. Just 12 quests to go for the quest cave. I'm all out of quests to do for now though, so let's hit that leveling grind. Three levels to go for the circuit, and folks, I have discovered an absolutely incredible prayer training method. I constructed a Quetzal landing site over by the Colossal Worm Remains, and just west of it are 2 big bone spawns. I snatch those up, pop, and repeat until I have a full inventory. Then we take the Quetzal back to the Tiamat, bless up our bones, and grind the bones down to bone shards. Once you've got enough for the level, you can buy some wines at any bar in Varlamore. Bless up the wines, and sacrifice them at the libation bowl in the temple. Not only is it way less stressful than going into the wild for big bones, I think it might actually be faster XP per hour too. There's the level. Our next new training method also takes place in Varlamore. Today we're going to try out Mastering Mixology, the new herb lore minigame that was added with Varlamore Part 2. The research is out, and this place is actually better XP per herb, around double XP on average. I'm going to use any herbs that are not useful for potions and train my herb lore here. I'm definitely no expert at the minigame, and to be honest I don't really have too much fun doing it, but the XP is pretty free, so I'll take what I can get. There's the level. Now all we've got left is farming, and man is it causing me problems. As I mentioned at the beginning of the video, my contracts are currently locked behind a maple tree, and getting a maple seed is pure luck at this point, so I need to find another way to train it, at least for now. At first I thought about going back to the sorceress's garden, but at 50 XP per run and tens of thousands of XP to go, my mental just couldn't handle it. I've got enough herbs stockpiled that I'm going to cut my herb losses here and just do some tithe farming. Or, as the Dutch players like to say, titty farming. That only took 200 fruit in about an hour of my time, and there's the level. We're finally at base level 67. That felt like forever, probably thanks to all the questing I had to do. Now on to the next base level. Oh man, I was doing agility for the next circuit, and I just realized, we passed 1,000 hours on the Equalibrium account. Here's to 1,000 more. We're starting the base 68 circuit with another quest, Beneath Cursed Sands. I've never done this one before, either. Ooh, I'm not having any trouble with this boss, why do you ask? I think it's time for an upgrade, no particular reason. I'm trying something a little cheeky. I've got my tile markers set up and I'm going full settled mode. We're going to see if we can get lucky at the crazy archaeologist. Let's get that rune crossbow. First kill done, easy enough. Let's see how many more it takes.
Holy shit.
Only 3 kills. I was kinda hoping I'd get the red dehyde body drop too, but I ain't risking these bows. Let's get out of here and finish that quest. I bought some broad bolts just to finish this out. I'll grind out points so I can unlock fletching them later. This is much easier with the fabled RCB. Just one boss to go.
What the fuck?
Turns out it's way easier if you just ignore the shadow. Who knew? Quest complete, kicking off base 68 with 68 agility. I only have 11 quests to go for the Questscape. I'm kinda tempted to try Sins of the Father again so I can get to an even 10, but I know I'll regret it. Maybe we'll try again later this video. For now, it's montage time. Oh hey, I just realized we hit 13 million total experience. If we were some psycho who did 199 at a time instead, we have enough XP to get one level 99 skill. That means we are 1/23 of the way to max, or 4.3%. "68 Magic caught me by surprise, and 68 Farming almost did too, but there's base 68. Shit's about to get real fucking nice." Oh shit, I hate to interrupt the montage, but I got a maple seed. I can get this bad boy planted and paid for, and our farming contract lock is finally removed. Count our lucky stars, and back to the grind. And there it is. Isn't that just exquisite? I've never seen such a skill sheet. For those who wondered if it could be done, it can. Last time we filled out the nicest skill sheet imaginable with the base level 69 after 1,109 hours of playtime on the account. Today, we're shooting for base level 70 and beyond, and completing all the incredible quests that come with it. Before any questing can happen though, we've got to farm. Farming is the great equalizer for the Equalibrium Man account, often blocking off all progress at the end of every base level. We did finally get that maple seed last episode, so we can continue the farming contract grind and stock up on herb seeds. I'll be honest though, I'm gonna miss the speedy XP gains of tithe farming. I might nip over there for a round or two every once in a while, just to help keep me sane. We are AFK fishing, AFK cooking, and doing herb runs while shooting for a cooking level to start off the base level 70 circuit. Why cooking, you may ask? We've got quests to do, baby. There's 70 cooking. I'm not questing just yet though. First I had to get 70 fishing. Fishing and cooking just go hand in hand. I can't level one without the other. And a little final prep, 70 crafting. You'll see why soon. Now it's finally time to return to Recipe for Disaster. We first started on this quest back in episode 9, but got locked behind King Awowage, whose food requires level 70 cooking. Now, I technically could have completed this by now with boosting my cooking level, but I try to avoid boosting to complete quests ahead of when I naturally should be able to, because it would kinda be cheating on the whole equal leveling idea. Whether I do it with boost or not though, I still have to deal with the pains of being an ultimate Ironman. I don't have a magical storage system to keep all my junk for eternity, so I have to run this terrible tunnel all over again to make a new monkey speak amulet, then gather talismans and bones and run it once more. I successfully extorted this monkey child for all of his toys, gathered all the bones I need, and made it through the tunnel. Thank goodness that'll be the last time I have to go through here, right?
Fuck! God, shit.
I used menu entry swapper to make it so I wouldn't accidentally left-click Barry, but then my dang muscle memory from playing this game for thousands of hours made me right-click to use, and the Barry option was there instead, because I swapped it. Thankfully, this is the one type of monkey I can actually kill and get the bones for down here.
It was the weirdest looking bones I ever did see.
We've got a nicely cooked snake, and we can finally free the Monkey King. It's been a few episodes and hundreds of hours of playtime since we started the quest, but it's finally time to take on the Culinary-mancer. We can go ahead and drop most of our Grigories, but make sure to hold on to the Monkey Speak amulet and a Ninja Grigri for a little later. Because I waited to have such high stats, this boss gauntlet will probably be a little easier than I might remember. I'm going to try to take them all on without death piling for more inventory space. First is Agrathnana. The wiki says to use whatever you want to kill him, so we went with the rune crossbow because ranged is OP in this game. We only needed half our food, but we'll reset for the next boss anyway. Might as well since we can. Next is Flambeed. You need ice gloves to hit him, and he's weakest to magic. Another one down with food to go. Caramel doesn't do any damage to me at all. Like literally zero. But they join my stats and I don't have any stat restore potions, so I also stopped doing damage after a little while. My solution was to bring a lower tier rune so I can keep casting even if I get drained. Easy. Then there's Dessort. This guy is basically a tank test. And we passed. Easy. Next up is the Gelatinoth Mother. This one's got some special mechanics. You need a bunch of different attack styles to damage it. But it's pretty easy so long as you actually bring the attack style switches. And then there was the Culinary-mancer. He can hit hard, but he's actually one of the easiest bosses in the whole gauntlet. And there he blows. Quest complete. Normally I would drop any lamp on Slayer, but I'm going to be getting a big Slayer drop pretty soon, so I'll put this one on Herblore to give that skill a little boost. More importantly though, Barrow's gloves. The best gloves in the game. Are they still the best gloves in the game? They are to me. Oh hey, that is also 160 quests complete. Only 10 quests to go for the quest cave. It's the final countdown. The next quest on the agenda is the first quest they ever released for Old School RuneScape, a 10-year sequel to one of RuneScape's most iconic quests, Monkey Madness 2.
AQAB. AQAB. AQAB.
Look at this shit. I had to die just so I could fly over, talk to this guy for 3 seconds, and fly back. Wow. Now the real pain begins. Shit man, we've done it. We only fell like, what, 5 or 6 times? I consider that a win in this hellhole. Don't forget to unlock the shortcut. Now let's go stock up for a fight. That being said, we shouldn't need too many supplies. I'm planning to flinch him. Let's give it a shot. Get safe spotted, noob.
Yay!
And I totally forgot I have to run this stupid tunnel again. But this time, it's for the last time. For real. Time to derail the monkey's plans. Cobb down, Keef down. That's their alliances cut off. Now the second pain begins. Last one? Only 3 or 4 fails, not too bad. The airships have been compromised to a permanent end. And we successfully fricked up the Gorilla Mutator.
That's all that taken care of. Oh shit.
Alright Neve, ready to die? You gonna do anything, Neve? There we go. Earn your pay. Oh, thanks for the free combat task. Well, prep to a legend. Okay, we gotta prep hard for this boss fight. There it is. Sorcering only the finest of ranged weapons, a yew longbow, because it's all I can get with a range of 10. I'll be trying the safe spot method on Glow. Hopefully this weapon is good enough. I bought 2,000 adamant arrows and as much food as I can comfortably carry in case of mistakes. Let's give this a shot. Phase 1, down. Ultra easy. Phase 2, down. Still pretty easy. Now for the hard part. Attempt 1 was a fail. I ran out of run energy and got caught in the teleport loop. I couldn't quite manage the full flinching method. Let's refill on food and give it another shot. Phase 3, take 2. Does the full flinch method even still work? I swear it's busted. And I run out of energy again. Fuck it, I'm dying so I can bring more food. Oh boy, time to be stressed out again. Phase 3, take 3. Actually waiting for my run energy this time. Though, I don't know if it'll really make a difference. Okay, honestly, with the way this is going, frick the safe spot. I'm just gonna bring the rune crossbow and kick his ass. Wait a second. I took a couple more cracks at it, and I think I actually found the timing. I click to attack, and I start spam clicking back as soon as I pass the mid-to-win of this marked tile, right as my toes are crossing. And when in doubt, it's better to click back early and waste some run energy than get hit.
Alright, come on, Glow. My shit's gonna despawn in like 10 minutes. Bro. Yes!
Glow has been defeated. Quest complete. 70 Slayer, 70 Agility, 70 Thieving, and 70 Hunter. That's the first actually difficult quest completed for the account. 9 quests to go for the quest cape. Time for a revenge match. I've got my shit piled up all over. I've got my flail and even an Neferte's aid. It's time for Sins of the Father. Attempt 1. Ooh, I forgot runes to deal with the pets. Attempt 1 for real. A new record, but not quite cutting it. Attempt 2. Another new record. So close. Attempt 3. Nope. That's all the Neferte's aid rings I had prepared. I feel like we can do it though, so I'm gonna set up for another few rounds. A little later, I've got 5 topazes, and that's 5 more attempts. If we can't get them by then, I'm giving up for this episode. All my shit's on the ground again, it's time for attempt number 4. No go.
Take 5, take 5. Eh, fuck it. Take 6. This is the one. I feel it. No! I panicked. Attempt number 7. I just realized I forgot to bring in a Neferte's aid. Even if this fails, we still have a surprise extra attempt. Fuck off. I forgot my fucking Neferte's aid again. Okay, I remember my stupid ring this time. It was attempt number 9. Okay, I'm kinda kicking his ass. I just gotta not mess up on phase 2. Fuck you. Fuck you. The freaking shadows didn't appear.
I got absolutely scammed on that attempt, and I'm starting to get mad. This is definitely my last try for a while.
Fuck it, battle to the death. Yep, that's the death.
God, I've spent so much money on this shit. Honestly, I can totally do it. I might nut up and do some more attempts tomorrow. It's the next day, and when this was going to be recorded land, oh boy, I might have gotten a little ahead of myself. We've got 9 rings for 9 more attempts. If I don't get it by the end of these, I'm 100% done for this episode. You guys just don't get it, man. This shit sucks so bad to prepare for. I've got to prep the rings, die, get a free axe, cut a canoe, paddle up to Edgeville, prep some pots, die again, get an axe, cut a canoe, take the canoe, get some money, buy some food, die again while getting increasingly stressed out about my death piles. Get an axe, cut a canoe, take the canoe, get your gear, find a way to get over there. Attempt 9. Realize you forgot your runes for the pets? Find a way back to your death piles, get your teleport runes and money, source some mind runes, buy some food, die to reset your inventory, take the canoe, then your alarm that says you've only got 20 minutes until your stuff starts despawning goes off. So you gotta pick up a pile, die, canoe, try not to get confused about which pile you're working on. Pick up a pile, die, canoe, face the existential dread that is playing an Ultimate Ironman, die, canoe, and finally gear up again. Now you get 2 attempts, maybe 3 if you're lucky, before you have to do the whole death pile shuffle again. Attempt 10 this video, and I think like 19 in total?
My luck has been dog shit. Let's get the reps in. Alright, fuck it. 20, take 20. Do the death pile shuffle. Take 12. So close. Death pile shuffle. Take 13. Lucky number 13. Bullshit. Reset. 14. Are you sucking my cock? I hate my fucking life. Are you serious? 16. Please, man. Bullshit. 17. Okay. RNG's been such dog shit. 18. Forgot to refresh my ring. You know what? I'm leaving. Take 19. Please, man. Please, man. Please, man. Yes! Fuck yeah!
I don't know if I've ever been that excited to kill a boss. Hell yeah. Quest complete. 19 attempts this video and 28 attempts total. If I can do that, I feel like I can do anything. That being said, next quest is another nightmare. First though, base 70. And to get that kicked off, let's use our extra quest XP rewards. We got this XP tome from Sins of the Father that gives 6 lots of 15k XP. I don't really need it immediately, but I'll know I'll need the XP eventually anyway, so I'm gonna split it between Herblore and Slayer. There's 70 Herblore. Then we've got the Combat XP rewards from Monkey Madness 2. 2 lots of 50k XP. I'm going to drop both on ranged, since that's the hardest skill to level without getting extra HP XP. There's 70 ranged. Now, it's montage time. And there's base 70. That's such a cool base level. 70 is like the bottom line for an endgame account. Equalfeller's a real boy. And I think I know the perfect way to celebrate. Friend of the channel, JackRS, made a neat little resource pack for me. Check out the equality. Sins of the Father may have been hard, but now it's time for a quest that's even bigger, with a boss that's even badder. Song of the Elves. It's a revolution! Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Yep, that's one dead king. Now it's time to help the elves. Step 1, kill some elves. You might remember a few episodes ago when I finished Morning's End Part 2, I dropped the teleport crystal to save the inventory slot. Now, I'm trying to get it back, because I feel like it'll be nice to have for this quest. The elves drop it at a 1 in 5 chance, so we shouldn't have to slaughter too many of them. Oh, finally. That was 11 innocent elves murdered because there's no other way to get a seed. I would have bought it, honest. Welcome to the library. It's puzzle time. Thankfully, with the magic of a detailed list of steps courtesy of the old school RuneScape wiki, I can turn this from a near impossible puzzle to merely a tedious list of tasks. Let's get it done. There's the puzzle section done. It took just over an hour, not bad. Arion, when you bitch. You're weak and you deserve death. Now shit's about to get real. We're under siege. Mid-boss time. Get owned, Chatty Cathy. See ya. Time to prep for real. Let's be honest, this is gonna be hard. Possibly too hard. I don't know if anyone has completed this quest with only level 70 magic before. I'm willing to put in the reps though, and try as many times as it takes. It's just that sometimes it's not all about willpower. Here's the thing, when you do magic attacks, you gain a lot of XP, so whether I want to or not, I'll have an XP cap for attempts for now. When I hit 71 magic, I'm gonna have to give up for today, whether I like it or not. And because we have that limit, I'm going all out right from the start. I'm getting the best food I can think of and the best equipment I can source. I'm ready to go all out for as many attempts as we can manage. First try.
Alright, come on, I want to at least get her to phase 2.
And we didn't even get her to her second phase. My mechanics were fine. I even nailed the redemption flicks, but my damage is just dog shit. I immediately recognize I need to make some changes. First up, it's time for us to get a god cave. And of course, we're going Gothics. Now I need to make a lot of money. 400k is the minimum we're shooting for, so that we can buy back our Ivan staff and get it upgraded. This should increase our DPS a bit. Second try with upgrades.
Fuck. It said my crook pairs were still activated. But they weren't. It lied.
I'm gonna have to make some money to buy my gear back, but that attempt actually wasn't too bad. I think this might be doable. I was in the middle of some money making when Hisoka Moro decided to drop 3 bonds on me. Thanks a ton. I originally was just going for enough cash for another upgrade, but while I was in the money making groove, I decided to go for a little more. I wanted to make some of my more used teleports more accessible, so I built a couple extra portal chambers. I also built a study and a lectern. I wanted to make some house teleport tabs so I wouldn't have to roll around with a pocket full of earth and air runes anymore. And we've got enough cash left over to buy a Farseer helm and even pay for another death if needed. Back to the boss. By the way, I am now over 50 days of playtime on the account. That's more than some people's main account has. I might be an addict.
Take 3. Oopsie. Take 4. I don't have enough. Started phase 3 though. Take 5.
For the curious, this is my full setup for the fight. Notably, we've got the Beacon Ring for a whopping +2 magic attack bonus, V's Shield because I don't have anything better for my offhand slot, and a Rada's Blessing for +1 prayer. I'll be honest, I don't think I stand much of a chance with my current stats, but here's one final attempt.
I'm gonna have to leave, but 2/3 is about as best as I can manage.
And that's where I'm calling it for now. It costs almost 10k XP per attempt, and I need some XP to actually do the level circuit. Besides, I don't see us having much chance right now. But we will return. To kick off the next level circuit, we got 71 fire making. And then I happened to get some noted diamonds from a random event. And that was just the push I needed to give one try at the quest boss with the Phoenix Necklace method. I mined up a dozen diamonds and made a dozen beanax. And I grew some belladonna to proc them. And thanks to one of the videos on the P-neck method I watched, I remembered the Book of the Dead. That'll be a slight accuracy upgrade for me. Here's the final attempt for real. Probably. For the unaware, the Phoenix Necklace is an enchanted diamond necklace that, when your health drops below a certain amount, heals you for a bit, and, more importantly, blocks all damage for a couple of seconds. That means that if we, for example, eat a nightshade to take damage and proc the necklace, we fully block the boss's ultimate attack that deals your entire hit points level -1. Being able to negate a full health bar's worth of damage over and over again means you need a lot less food, and that'll make the fight much easier, so long as you can manage to time it correctly.
baby!
Quest complete. Oh my god, that's incredible. Now let's hit that base level. All 71s. It took us 1,241 hours to reach this point. 132 hours just this video. But the questing gains have been tremendous. I can't wait to take on the rest of those quests and nab that cape. Before we get straight to questing though, it's been a little while since we did a base level in the life of Equalibrium. So let's go for base 72, together. I don't always start with the same skills. It kind of depends on what I finished the last level circuit with. Last time I spent a whole thieving level at Master Farmers. So let's get back to thieving. That way I'll have plenty of seeds to AFK through while editing the video that you all should have already seen a few weeks back. I found this awesome spot in Varlamore where it's super easy to body block a Master Farmer. And their respawn point is inside the house, so even if they despawn, I don't have to go hunting for them. Having them body blocks really makes thieving require way less attention. There's also a bar just to the north where I can buy all the stews and meat pies I could ever want to heal up. We aren't getting 71 thieving just yet though. We've got to edge that XP a little because we've got a quest coming up soon. And I love those quest reward level drops. There's our first farming run done. Time to take a little break from playing RuneScape and get some editing done. See you all in a week. Ooh, that was a hard week of editing. I definitely didn't spend all my free time for the past week playing Morrowind and then grind out the entire editing session in one overnighter the night before I uploaded. And now we're down to 2 stacks of seeds. 1 high tier stack for my disease-free patches, Renar seeds, and 1 stack for my regular patches, Guams. I can work around that. We've edged up to under 10k XP to go, so I've got to take a little farming break until I complete that quest I mentioned previously. More on that later. Next, I'm going to edge up agility. Only 38 marks of grace to go until I can get a full set of graceful. Then I might finally get to try out the Colossal Worm course for that bonus prayer XP. And that's all the XP I need for now. 17 marks to go. Maybe we can get that graceful set next base level. Now I've got to bust open my looting bag pinata to get my herbs out. Get ourselves a new looting bag, resort our inventory, and pick which herbs to sacrifice. It's time to master some mixology. And that's enough Herblore XP for now. The last skill I need to prep is woodcutting, so let's chop some oaks and do a little construction. And there's 72 construction. Woodcutting's in a good spot now, so it's time for a quest. This quest isn't one you would normally think of as late game, but because it requires level 71 woodcutting, we haven't been able to do it until now. Grim Tales. It's a super simple quest with a boss fight that's barely worth mentioning at this stage of the account. And finally, all our edging pays off. That's quest complete for 72 farming, 72 herblore, 72 agility, 72 thieving, and 72 woodcutting. Beautiful. And that is our 300th quest point. Only 6 quests left for the quest cape. Unfortunately, quests come pretty sparsely at this point, so it's just regular grinding for the rest of this base level. To start, let's use the rest of these herb seeds, now that I'm not edging my farming XP anymore. I've still got the rune axe out, so it's a good time to finish out some woodcutting related skills. Fire making first. At Wintertot, of course. You just can't beat it. 5 Tods later, 72 fire making. The rewards are gonna have to serve as some delayed gratification though. Gotta save those poles for later when I might need them. I don't have any woodcutting XP to spare to help with fletching, so for now, the axe goes in the bag. I feel like doing something AFK, so let's do some fishing and cooking. I stopped doing Temporos a while back, because I don't have a lot of fun doing it. Requires a little too much attention for my taste. This type of fishing is much more like it. I'll see you all after a day of AFK. 72 cooking. Iron Lotad, or Roomith in the Discord, has appeared in the videos a couple of times. Today, they're hitting a nice little milestone, so we came to say hi. Congrats on the 99 agility.
Yes?
And 72 fishing. I suppose that's enough Morrowind. AFKing for now. Next up is smithing. Not much has changed there, just doing Giant's Foundry because it's pretty much the best method out there, at least for an Ultimate Ironman. I get my metal from plate legs and plate skirts from Louis and Renail here in Alcarid. I like to get 4 steel legs, 4 steel skirts, and 6 iron skirts, which we can get in just 2 hops. This split is good for difficulty and also lets me profit from the swords. Each sword gives us 8k XP, sometimes 7k if we're unlucky. So after 10 swords, there's 72 smithing. We've run through all our seeds, and while we've got an empty inventory, I want to do some mining related content. Before we do actual mining though, it's Guardians of the Rift. Runecrafting sucks. I hate it. It's my least favorite skill, mine and probably at least 80% of the player bases. Guardians of the Rift makes it a little better, because you don't have to source rune essence and run back and forth between altars. But it still sucks, and I still hate it. It is good for free laws and deaths though. 15 games later, we have 72 runecrafting. Now that that's out of the way, we can do real mining. Kind of. We're not mining for ores, but for bones. Here in Camtorum, we can do some slightly AFK mining for bone shards, which I can use later for free prayer XP. More AFK time, yay! After a few nice AFK hours, we're at 72 mining. Now we can sell off our pickaxe, buy some wines, and soak up our free prayer XP. That'll lessen our prayer grind later. Next up, I'm just gonna work down the skill line and do some crafting. More people have figured out that the Varlamore gem store exists, so there's a lot less XP to go around these days. But we can still hop through and squeeze out as much crafting XP and profit as possible. Hey look, 20 million total XP. We've run through all the worlds, and the well's all dry. Thankfully, there's always Old Faithful. Blowing glass and port fat ass. There's 72 crafting. Ordinarily, I would continue down the line and do some fletching. But I'm a little tight on cash, and concerned I might not be able to afford the whole level right now. But we'll see what we can do. As it turns out, thanks to it being the middle of the night, most worlds had the arrow shafts almost fully in stock, saving me a lot of cash. Now we just need feathers. Perfect. Sometimes, if I'm feeling lazy, I'll AFK my way through these arrows. It's a nice and relaxing break from the more focused grinds. If I'm feeling froggy though, fletching is a great time to chip away at my prayer level in the background. It takes 300 shafts for these 2 big bones to respawn, so I can collect them while I fletch, and save future me some time. When I've got a full inventory, I just fly over to the Tiamat, bless up my bones, and break them down into nice stackable bone shards. Yay prayer XP! There's 72 fletching, and we're all out of arrows to fletch. We managed to collect almost 350 big bones on the side. Just need 800 more for the prayer level. I can hop for my bones now though, so the rest will come a little quicker. It took several hours and a night of sleep in between, but we finally have enough bone shards. Now I just need to buy lots of wine, bless that wine, and start sacrificing. A few minutes of spam clicking later, we have 72 prayer. Decided to save the combat skills for last this level circuit. So next up is Hunter. Hunter is another skill that I don't particularly love, but the Hunter rumors released into the game with Varlamore make it slightly faster. Less Hunter is best Hunter. Hunter rumors send you around the game to hunt specific creatures, and when you complete the task, you get a bonus XP drop. 6 rumors and partway through a 7th gets us 72 Hunter. All that remains is combat, and combat accessories. So it's time to die. Like it or not, this is what peak UIM looks like. I'm mighty low on prayer potion doses, so I kept out some Renars to restock my supply. AFKing Slayer tasks while wasting prayer potions is my favorite way to train Slayer after all. Before I get to using these potions though, ranged comes first. I bought some steel arrows and traded them in for an Avis accumulator. That'll help save on the cost of broad bolts. And it's time for Slayer. That's one task completed. But you might notice that my task count and point count is a little high. Lately, I've been doing some Terrail point boosting. Terrail's tasks don't give any points, but they are way easier and go by a lot faster. And every 10 tasks, other Slayer Masters will give you a whole bunch of points. So the basic tactic is to do 9 Terrail tasks, then go to a real task for quick points. I've got some cool Slayer rewards on my wish list, so I'll be keeping this up for the foreseeable future. 72 ranged, and 1650 total. We're climbing. 72 attack. We completed our 150th task and got a whole bunch of points. It's time for our first big purchase. Nothing special from the Brimstone keys, but what we're really here for is the rune pouch. We can stuff our runes in here, and look at all the inventory space. This upgrade has been a long time coming. 72 hit points, and 91 combat. 72 Slayer, 72 Strength, and 72 Defense. Konar gave me this Wormlings task 3 times in a row, and I love it. The free Infinite Prayer and stat boost here is incredible. Now all we've got left to finish out the base level is magic. I try to not use magic for combat because it would ruin the balance of my hit points XP and the other combat stats. Besides, using High Alch to get free gold is way better than fighting with magic. We bought some nature runes and it's time for our old standby, stealing ruby rings from the basement of West Varrock Bank. I should be able to alch up a few 100,000 gold with my remaining magic XP. And with our final inventory of alchs, we are over 1 million GP. Not bad. These alchs won't quite get us to level though. You'll notice that when you alch, your inventory tab will automatically bounce back to the magic tab, which isn't so good for recording the skills tab. So I like to round out the last few XP with a couple of wasted teleports. There's 72 magic and base 72. Beautiful. As is tradition with the last few base levels, it's time to quest. It's time to make friends with my arm.
You ever notice that one arm looks bigger than the other? Can I transport my arm on your boat? This quest is funny. I admit it. Let's do this. This first fight's definitely been easy as pie so far. This is what it's all about, baby. You know, who really needs prayers anyway? Oh, jeez. We're getting low. Who turned on the difficulty? Swing your sword, bro. Please. Okay. Wasn't even close.
Quest complete. 73 construction, 73 fire making, and 73 mining. I also went ahead and got the salts needed to build out all those cool, useful fire pits across the game, and make 2 cool new teleports in my house. It was barely any mining XP, and I think they'll come in very handy. By the way, I almost forgot. Only 5 quests to go for the Questscape. Next up is a quest that only needed base 69, but which required making friends with my arm to be completed first. Secrets of the North. We're getting Maserati in here. This is actually my first time ever doing this quest on any account, so I'm going to spend a little extra time actually reading the dialogue.
Oh my god, 33. Alright, safe spot? Where's the safe spot? You flee from the fight. While that may be true, that was not my intention. I'm gonna go unnote some prayer potions. Quick swap to this dragon scimitar. Yeah. To include sometimes, but like, you know, oh geez, what's happening? I wasn't ready for this in the least. What is this? I should have read something. I'm leaving. Take me out. I wasn't prepared. Okay, mid-boss take 2. Oh my god, he's not in the smoke anymore. My brain is empty. Oh no, god. 1 farming run later, here's take 3. He's done it. Wasn't even close. God, I'm shit. I'm so fucked, brother.
How can Triangle Dot be Saris, Cacus, and Picus?
Puzzles defeated. Easily, I might add. I definitely didn't arbitrarily decide to do this puzzle section with no guide live on stream and struggle immensely.
Guess we're going in. Oh shit, it's the Muspa. I'm not ready for this. Hold that thought. I'll be back. I got a bladder full of piss and I'm ready for action. He's below halfway. Oh, alright, see ya. See ya, buddy. I mean, honestly though, that's not bad. I'll take that.
For attempt 2, we brought a small magic switch and some runes for entangles. It went slightly better, but we ran out of prayer due to several missed prayer switches. Third attempt, no real changes. We brought it mighty close, but once again our missed prayer switches had our pots empty and got us killed. For attempt 4, we brought a better magic switch, because the food hasn't seemed to be an issue thus far. Hopefully the better DPS helps us out. And it did help us out saving time and prayer doses, but we ran out of room on the final DPS check.
What the fuck? How long's my mic been muted? Here comes attempt 5. Nothing's changed, we're just gonna try to do better. And 6. We're gonna run out of space again, man. Fuck. That would run out of space anyway. Oh no, is this like attempt 11? No, not that one. 7? 7 is what I meant to say? Whatever. Just do it, baby. Yes, okay. I got very lucky on the spike spawns this time.
Secrets of the North has been completed. 73 agility, 73 thieving, 73 hunter. And that's all the questing we can do for now. Did someone say leveling montage? All 73s. I'm not going to play the clip, but you all already know what's up with this number. We are also over 23 million total experience. With 23 skills in the game, that's an average of 1 mil XP per skill. You need just over 13 million XP to hit 99, so we are officially 1/13 of the way to max. Or 7.69% of the way there. Nice. It took us 1,402 hours to get to this point, and we have only 4 quests to go till the quest cave. Can we clutch it out? In just 2 more base levels, we will have all the requirements to start every quest, and we can make that final dash. The last 4 quests for the quest cape are major. Desert Treasure 2, Dragon Slayer 2, A Night at the Theater, and While Gothic Sleeps. And of course, a laundry list of mini-quests to fully green out that quest log. Buckle up, fellers, you're in for a wild ride. I'm AFKing a Karask task on the side because it's time to think. We're rapidly approaching the base level needed to complete all quests currently in the game, base 75. And if there was ever a time to thoroughly plan out my next few base levels, that time is now. The biggest obstacles are 2.5 quests requiring 75 magic, Dragon Slayer 2, Desert Treasure 2, and Mage Arena 2, a mini quest. We're going to be attempting them as soon as we hit that level. Though whether we'll actually be able to complete it or not is another question. First though, I think I want to knock out some of those mini quests. Barbarian training is one I worked on a while back, and the last task I need to complete is lighting a pyre ship. The trouble is that we need some chewed bones, which are only dropped by mithril dragons, one of the toughest dragons out there. Killing these guys is rough.
Thanks to watching an episode of Extreme Gnome though, we have a safety strat. If you wait out the NPC aggression timer, the monsters become unaggressive until you attack them first. That makes it so we can kind of flinch these dragons by going up and down the stairs, dealing free damage and taking none. This works because when I go downstairs, it makes them stop attacking me, and when I go upstairs I get one free hit on them before they can retaliate. It'll be tedious, but let's hit that grind. Watching the screen bounce up and down over and over for hours on end really started to cause some eye strain. But after 34 kills, we got the chewed bones. Oh, we got him! Jesus. I'm so glad we got lucky. We lit up our pyre ship, and that's barbarian training complete. Next on the list is Family Pest. Oh boy, I can't wait to waste 500k GP for gloves that I still haven't even used on this account. But it's all for the fully green quest log. Family Pest complete. Then there was the frozen door. Now, I'm not sure if you all are aware of this or not, but I'm kind of a major PVM noob. I've barely done any bossing on my main, and when I did, it wasn't much harder than the Giant Mole or Barrows, or a single Jad KC for the Fire Cape. I have never once in my life done a single KC at God Wars, and this mini-quest wants me to fight all 4 God Wars dungeon bosses. You may not technically need to complete the mini-quests for the Quest Cape, but I need to complete all mini-quests. My brain told me so. But first, let's make this inventory a little more bossing friendly. For now, I'm going to stick my gear in my looting bag and bust out the rune crafting level so I can drop this colossal pouch for a while. And we have 74 rune crafting. Next, agility. We only have to get 17 more Marks of Grace to complete our graceful outfit, so let's blast those laps out real quick so we can clear out one more inventory slot. Last Mark of Grace. We can buy our graceful set, spamming the clan chat. Equal clan, by the way, come join. And store that outfit away without even putting it on. Hell yeah, inventory is clean. Now we want some upgrades. Brumith, or Iron Lotad, wanted to run some Barbarian Assault, so we grouped up on stream to get me a fighter torso. I promise I didn't just leech. There was definitely some leeching going on, but it wasn't all leeching, honest. Okay, I'm all geared up, and I've watched a dozen guides. I'm not here to grind, just get 1 KC and get out, so let's give it our best shot. First up, General Gardor.
Alright. Although this is going to quite be possible.
First try, we honestly didn't stand a chance. Not even close to a chance. It didn't help that I forgot to sit my attack boosts, but still, something's gotta change. I tried getting some Sunlight Antelope meat for better one-click healing. Less time eating is more time attacking. Second try, we got him a little under half. That's definitely better. Maybe next time I'll remember to equip my shield. And third try was way worse. You know what? Fuck the frozen door. At least for now. Maybe I'll be ready to take it on again in the next couple base levels. Actually, before we just give up, how about some other gear upgrades? Barrows, anyone? Maybe we can get good enough gear to stand a chance. Barrows is one of the very few bosses I actually have experience with, so this'll be dead easy. It's a shame we have to waste hit points XP on magic attacks, but we can find other ways to help keep our Slayer XP equalized. It would be pretty cool if I could get a Carol's body or legs. This is sort of a last-ditch effort to get me strong enough to take on the God Wars bosses. If I don't get mega lucky, we're gonna give up on the whole bossing situation, for at least another base level. We went all the way to 74 magic. Just a little longer to 74 hit points, opening 25 chests along the way and got not a single item, useful or otherwise. Now we have 4 other combat skills and Slayer left to level, and we didn't even gain anything out of it. Outstanding. We did somehow manage to accidentally complete the easy tier of the combat achievements, so that's 1 lamp we can put on Slayer. Now we just need several more. We were already most of the way through the range level, so we finished that out on a Slayer task. And luckily, the gangsters in Korend had my back on the melee stats. They even gave me a hard clue I could do. Black dragon hide legs! Thanks, now I have to hold on to these forever. Those gangsters also gave me more than enough noted planks for the construction level. We're done with combats and only 1/4 of the way through to the next hit points level. As for Slayer, well, we'll worry about Slayer a little later. For now, it's actually time to quest. I totally overlooked it because in my mind it needed base 75 like Dragon Slayer 2 and Desert Treasure 2, but on second look, I only needed base 72. It's time for Wild Gothic Sleeps. Damn, there's a lot of surprise combat in this quest, thankfully nothing too hard so far. Man, modern quest design is so nice. I love all these free teleports everywhere. I even get a free Snappy D-Seed? Hot damn. And another free teleport. First try on the magic guy, Sirach Magus. I was actually kinda kicking his ass until I misclicked on the elemental magic spells.
Whoopsie.
But I'll have his ass easy next try. Attempt 2. Symbol. What the hell? Missed him? That's never happened before. Oh my god. I swear to god, the entire last fight, I'd never splashed on those guys once. I didn't think you could splash on them. I'm a little low on food. Oh no, not true sorcery. No, earth. Oh fuck, I splashed. I splashed, bro. I'm gonna have to teleport out. Unlucky. Here is attempt number 4, I think. True sorcery. Alright. Air. Water. Earth. Wait, I splashed, you bitch. He's close though. We might have him. I am out of food. Oh yeah. Easy as pie. That boss was actually not that bad. Thank you to Kemi for making a short, very informative, and also very funny video guide that helped me be prepared for the fight. I'm skipping ahead to prevent spoilers. This quest is definitely one to experience yourself. Suffice it to say, rip to a legend. And then it was time for the final fight, the Balance Elemental. Truly fitting for a feller such as I. Kicking his ass so far. Oh, shaw! Alright, couldn't have said that. He hasn't gotten to phase 3, but we're doing it. Oh shit. He's doing that thing. Double praying. The video said that he's weak to the style that he's attacking with, but currently he just appears to be praying against exactly what I'm doing, which is problematic. Frick. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Ah! Alright. I think the video guide I used may have been a little outdated. Sorry, Kimmy. Turns out, we do need all 3 combat styles. But I think we've got this second try, easy. I was so confident, I just picked up my leftover supplies and hopped right in for round 2. We are once again kicking his ass. God, he's attacking so fast. Jesus Christ, look at how fast he's attacking. Oh my god, he's attacking so fast, it's really freaking me the frick out. Oh, baby. Whew. God damn, that was scary. And that's Wild Gothic Sleeps completed. 74 Thieving, 74 Farming, 74 Herblore, and 74 Hunter. Now all that remains is Dragon Slayer 2, Desert Treasure 2, and A Night at the Theater, which we will likely be doing next. Not yet though. For now, it's skilling time. And that's base 74. Kinda. We still have 65k Slayer XP to go. A lot of folks have wondered what challenges we might face now that we're higher level, and this is the biggest one. But we have our methods. First is Tears of Gothics. You can do this minigame once per week for some free XP in your lowest level skill, which for us is Slayer. Despite its Gothixian relevance to our own balanced grind though, we actually haven't done this a single time since we first unlocked it. XP waste, I know. But the XP we needed never quite lined up. The more quest points you have, the longer you can collect tiers, so it can stay quite a while. That's 213 tiers for 12k XP. Only 50k to go. Now, could I just log out for a week and do this over and over again till we get the level? Yeah, I could do that, but I won't. Nobody wants to wait that long. Next up is Achievement Diaries. We've done all medium diaries, so we had to go for the hards. Unfortunately, the hard diaries live up to their name. We wandered around the game doing various tasks, but honestly had a hard time completing a full diary. You either need to get an item from a drop to finish out a task, or I was just one level off of a skill challenge. Or I had to boss. And we don't have the XP for that right now. When I'm at base 75, I think I'll technically be able to do all the hard diaries. But for now, I just needed to complete a couple, to lessen the Slayer burden. And finally, in the darkest of places, we managed our first full diary. That is the Mortania hard diaries completed, and our first 15k XP lamp on Slayer. Thank you, settled. I had to go a little harder for the rest though. Honestly, I talk it up, but it isn't that bad. Aside from some fiddly UIM related bullshit, a lot of these tasks aren't much. It's just a little more than I had in mind when I told myself I could just easily go off and do a few diaries for some Slayer XP. For the Lumberch hard diaries, all I had left to do was Mage Training Arena, possibly my least favorite activity in the game. We need to unlock the Bones to Peaches spell. Since I greenlogged this place on my main, I've heard they made the whole thing a whole lot nicer to do, but my hopes are not the highest. I started in the enchantment room and got myself enough points, but it also got me about halfway through the next magic level. The math wasn't quite mathing, but we'll see if the other rooms give less XP, hopefully. Yeah, okay, this place still fucking sucks, and it gives way too much XP. I'm leaving. Our next option is the Varrock hard diary, which should be a little easier. We've already done most of the tasks. All we've got left is to use the Skull Scepter to teleport to Barbarian Village, which requires us to get a few monster drops from a few different monsters in the Stronghold of Security. First is Minotaurs. Check. Then Flesh Crawlers. Oh, I got it. Third, Catablopons. Almost triple the drop rate, but we got it. And last, Ankus. Ooh, got it quick. Now we just combine the staff parts, teleport, and that's the Varrock hard diaries complete. Another 15k XP for Slayer, only 22k XP to go. Really, at this point, I could probably grind it out just doing regular Slayer without having to worry about overleveling. But I want to show off the last thing in my back pocket for when we inevitably face this Slayer issue again. Introducing Temple Trekking. If you've seen Settled series Swampletics, chances are you know what's about to happen. We can escort these NPCs across the Mortmire Swamp, facing random encounters along the way. When we complete the journey, we get a reward token. So long as you take Route 1, you can evade combat encounters, avoiding XP. So if we continue escorting people back and forth across the swamp, we can stack up a theoretically infinite pile of these tokens. We can then hand in these reward tokens for a few different rewards. Some more useful to me than others, and one of which being random XP tomes, with a chance of getting a tome for Slayer. Unfortunately, there's no way to choose which tomes you get, so we're going to be doing some certified XP waste and dropping any that don't give us Slayer XP. When we do get a Slayer XP tome though, that is 1.5k Slayer XP totally for free. And that's the basic story. Let's hit that grind. Yes. It took about 4.5 hours of straight trekking it. But there's 74 Slayer and base 74. For real this time. While it may be free XP, it's definitely not the most fun XP. So we're only going to be saving this method for the most desperate of times. Regular Slayer beats this any day of the week. Now we've got to go for base 75. For my first trick, back to Mage Training Arena. I need 75 magic to start the final quests we need to complete, and I may as well try for that Lumberch hard diary while I'm at it. Okay, yep, we're not even halfway through the second room, and already we're almost level 75. This is gonna take a few base levels. We're leaving for now because I want to actually be able to use some magic for the rest of the base level circuit. As for the plan going forward, I think I want to get all my regular stats up to 75 before I go hard on questing. That way, I'll have essentially 1 to 2 whole levels worth of combat XP for quest boss attempts. You know what that means, another level montage. Okay, friends and fellers, I've got a pocket full of seeds to burn through and some serious questing to prepare for. We're most of the way to base 75, leaving only farming, slayer, and the combat skills, plus a few extra skills which we will hopefully level with quest to reward XP. Wish me luck. As mentioned previously, we still have 3 real quests to complete, and I also still want to complete all the mini quests to fully green out that quest log. We tried the frozen door earlier, but really struggled. I've got a backup method in the back pocket to try out later, but for now we're skipping down the list to Hope Spear's Will. For this mini quest, we need to go back to the land of the goblins and have a rematch with the goblin war priests of the past. This time, unarmed, with nothing but my fists, a backpack full of food, and some very cheating protection prayers. I'm pretty much right at the right level for this, so it was a little tough, but nothing I couldn't handle.
Alright. Okay.
Once I took all 5 down, I buried their bones for almost 40k prayer XP. Not bad. Mini quest complete. Next, we have the Mage Arena. Different from the Mage Training Arena. I've technically already completed Mage Arena 1. I just never claimed the free staff because I knew I'd need it later. So if we claim a staff, Guthix first of course, that is Mage Arena 1 completed officially. Now I need to cast each of the god spells 100 times within the arena, so we can unlock the ability to cast the spells out in the wilds, and attempt Mage Arena 2. On the way we hit 75 magic. That is the final level requirement we need to start all the remaining quests. And that's all 3 spells unlocked. Time for pain. So I said anyway, but I actually kinda destroyed the Ceradoman boss. I was so confident I brought the staves and casts to do the last 2 in one inventory. The Zamorak guy was tougher and drained a little extra food, but I still felt confident enough to go after the last one.
God damn.
And it was extremely close, but we got him too. Mage Arena 2 completed. Look at that cape. Lovely. Time to stick it in my house and rarely, if ever, use it. But that's one more line greened out in the quest log. This next quest is a spooky one, and not just because of the atmosphere. This quest introduces us to one of the biggest pieces of in-game content. It's time for us to spend a night at the theater. There's a lot of good lore in and around this quest, and a bit of a preamble to go through, but it all culminates in our very first attempt at the Theater of Blood. Thankfully, it's not the real version. They've prepped a nice, easy entry mode version for us to take on solo. Wish me luck. We actually did surprisingly well, at least at first. We beat the maiden pretty easily, and aside from getting smashed under falling meat a couple of times on bloat, oh my god, I keep getting slapped by the hands, bro. We also beat him easily enough. I didn't do so well on the Nilicus. I don't have any more food, so like... Yep. Frick! But once I figured out the prayer and gear swapping, we had it easy enough. Soditseg hurt us pretty bad. Let's do this. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! But we got him in the end. And Zarpus was very easy. Alright. That guy was pretty easy. I did the achievement. What does that mean? The real challenge was Verzik herself. I don't know what the hell's going on, man. We are not PVMers here. Alright. Ah, rip. Not the... Oh. But even she would meet her doom. Did I do it? Oh, baby! Night at the Theater has been completed. That is one weight off my shoulders. Now we've got just about 4 more. We also got some XP lamps out of it. We'll pop those on the melee stats to help close the gap on HP. Following the rage train to the next stop, we have Into the Tombs. This one's just a mini quest, so there's less lore and preamble to go through, but either way, this is another entry mode raid, this time for Tombs of a Masket. Whereas I had actually done a single entry mode top on my main before, this raid I have never actually done, not even once. This is gonna be a doozy. In some ways I struggled more with the pre-fight puzzles than I did with the fights themselves. Once I figured out some of the more fiddly mechanics.
How do I... Oh, climb up, okay. Learning experience, learning experience.
Like exactly how the jars work for Zabak.
Oopsie.
The prayer switching and such ended up being pretty simple. Thanks to the Tombs of a Masket plugin, the Scarab puzzles were easy. Though I did still get confused at some parts.
I'm confused. Oh, crawl through passage. I am confusion.
When you try a boss for the first time, it can be a little confusing too.
Whoopsie.
But Kefri wasn't too hard in the end either. The mirror puzzle for Akka was super easy thanks to the plugin, but the boss fight itself was a little bit more of a challenge. It was kinda like the boss fight for Wild Gothic Sleeps, but with less telltale signs of what combat style to use or pray against. Thanks to some video guides though, I learned the trick, and it was only a matter of time until we beat him. I actually struggled pretty hard with the monkey waves before Baba. It helped when I just prayed melee and focused down the majors first, then the rangers, then cleaned up the meleeers after that.
Fuck. Shit.
Hot tip for ya. A lack of stat boosts had me struggling a little against Baba, making it so I couldn't one-shot the boulders. And it didn't help that the video guides I watched failed to mention that the tossed boulders act as shields for that one throw attack. But once I realized what was going on, Baba was also defeated. Then it was the final boss fight, and this is where the whole thing really got fucked. There was a lot of trial and error, while my brain tried to figure out how to pay attention to the boss's prayers, the attacks it was throwing out, and the extra attacks coming from the central pillar all at once.
Fuck.
But we eventually made it to the final phase. We were sidestepping the slams perfectly, nailing his ass down when
There's no ammo left.
we ran out of bolts. I had brought maybe 400 into the raid, and it turns out it just wasn't enough. I broke down and started trying to melee him. We sidestepped just fine, but when Zabak and Baba popped out to help, I got overwhelmed.
God damn, dude.
I wanted to try again so badly,
YOLO.
but the second phase of the Warden required all 3 attack styles, so it just wasn't meant to be.
Alright. I think we have to give up, because I'm out of arrows.
We had to leave. But we weren't done at the tombs. Leaving means we had to start all over from the beginning, but I already knew I had what it takes, and I was gonna beat this mini quest. We had Zabak first try the second time around, and Kefri too, and Akka. It's been deathless thus far, but I didn't have a lot of faith in myself on the monkeys. And I forgot to pick up the supplies, no chance. When we got to the boss though, we died to him too. Second try though, I'll take my consolation prize. And we were finally back to the final boss. I ended up relying heavily on the ambrosia for the final boss.
Okay. Jesus.
But thank God that's over with. It may have been our second raid, but that was first try too.
Oh shit.
I might be the luckiest dog out there. Sick upgrade. And the mini quest has been completed. Only 1 mini quest and 2 real quests to go. We're also going to drop this XP lamp on defense. There's 75 defense. The next quest is a major one, about as major as it can get. It's time for Dragon Slayer 2. And definitely not just because the frozen door still scares me. This quest is a long one, with a lot of story and build-up around the Dragonkin and all their dangerous experiments. These late game quests really are incredible, and if you're into questing but haven't done them yet, I highly recommend jumping into the story. That being said, the incredible story comes with just as incredible of a challenge. The latter half of this quest is a gauntlet like we've never seen. I'm really gonna need all kinds of luck for this one. I'm gearing up for the big fights, and it's kinda hellish. I want to make anti-fire potions and ranging potions for those sick boosts in the fight. So to get some herbs, we're back in the old stomping grounds here at the Sorceress's Garden. We also really need a ranged upgrade. Thankfully, I can smith my own adamant bolts, and if I spend some time sourcing gems however I can,
Yes.
I can work myself up some enchanted bolts to hopefully make these attempts really count. I also needed a dragonstone for later on in the quest, and while I was catching magpies for diamonds, I figured I would go ahead and go for a crystal key.
Oh, finally! Holy shit.
I went over 6 times dry, getting 6 tooth halves before I got my first loop. I want to say thank you to Cream Pie, a random hardcore who helped call magpies out to me when they found one. They really helped clutch that loop half. And we finally got the key. There's our dragonstone. No extra loot, but who needs it? With the gear and supplies all settled, it's time for Forecath. Kinda. I'll be honest, I'm scared. I remember really struggling with both boss fights in this quest back when I did it on my main, and I really cannot afford to be paying the death fees of 100k per death, not without some money grinding. For that reason, we're gonna do some practice runs. Because I've been focusing so hard on the Equal Feller questing grind, I managed to let my main's membership lapse. But now we're going to bond up, gear up in the same stuff the Equal account has, and go for some trial runs. My stats are a little better on the main, but the quest version of Forecath is also slightly easier, so I think it'll balance out well enough. At least enough to learn the mechanics. I also am bringing these stat boost potions to simulate Equal Feller's real inventory, but I'm not actually going to be drinking them, to equalize the stats a little. This is my first time doing this fight in years. Wish me luck. There were definitely some growing pains with getting back into this boss.
I'm surprised to actually drink the anti-fire potion.
I had to relearn some of the intricacies, or should I say jankiness of the fight.
Hello?
Remembering you can't cast Crumple Undead on the crab if you're in the middle of shooting a bolt.
I clicked him but it didn't work?
Realizing that if you get a shot off while the head crab is out, it doesn't damage him, even if your Rupia Bolt spec went off.
Just got a screecher that did 0 damage?
Learning to just mitigate venom damage with anti-poison doses rather than worrying about a full cure.
Yeah, every time I de-venom me, venoms me again. We're gonna see about doing just 1 sip of anti-poison per venom, to at least get rid of the envenom status.
I never actually got the kill on Forecath on the main.
Alright. It was a close one.
But after a few attempts, I was so confident in the mechanics, I decided to just give it a try on the Equal Feller account.
Damn. This shit was dead fucking easy.
We finished with almost a full inventory of food. I didn't realize that quest version was that much easier. Not much later, we have all the key pieces, and whoopsie, we unleashed Galvek on the world. We've gathered together all the world's leaders, and now it's time to start the war on dragons. This segment is a series of dragon encounters, but thankfully you get a checkpoint after each one, so you can freely teleport out and restock. It's only a matter of time to reach the final boss, Galvek.
And we tell ya. See you soon, buddy.
And once again, it's time to practice on the main. Inside the Myths Guild, which is what we're trying to get entrance to on the Feller account, is the Pool of Dreams, where I can freely refight Galvek as much as I want. So we're gonna grind this till I feel comfortable. It was here that I had to go babysit for my brother. But I was so antsy to keep working on the quest that I pulled out the phone on the couch in their living room while the kids were distracted with some TV, and I tried Galvek out on mobile. I even beat him first try. I didn't want to risk it on Feller on the phone though, so I saved myself for later. When I got home, I did a few more Galvek attempts on the main, but I never actually managed to beat him. I decided to just send it on Feller once again and hope we get lucky with our Ruby Bolts.
Nice. Nice. Final phase. Nice. 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 Yeah, baby. First try, technically. Woo.
And here we are, back at the entrance to the Mist Guild. I guarantee you these motherfuckers haven't done anything near as cool as me. Dragon Slayer 2 has been completed. God, that feels good. We also got 75 smithing, 75 mining, 75 agility, and 75 thieving. Let's enter the guild. The legend has become myth. And if we talk to Ellen here, we can get some extra combat XP. There's 75 strength, 75 attack, and 95 combat. And now, only one quest remains. Before that though, we've still got a mini quest to do. We're back in the Bandos camp. I struggled hard trying to melee this guy, but I figured since I've got all this cool ranged gear on me already, I might as well try to range him down this time. Maybe it'll work out a little better. Keep in mind, we only have to kill each boss once.
Oh shit. Okay, that did not work. Fuck.
It's kinda fucking hard to recover your stuff here when you die. Let's try to avoid that going forward. We're keeping Protect from Melee on this time, cause I suck at running from him.
Alright, fuck me right in my asshole.
Who made this shit? I'm gonna give this one more try, because I realized I didn't drink my stat boost last time, but I'm not hopeful.
Well, kinda started doing damage to him, but like, I don't stand a chance.
I've got a couple of ideas before I try my final backup. One is back to melee. I seem to do better with that, at least for Bandos. Another is inventory space. A little extra food could go a long way. First is something called nest storage. If you climb to the top of this windmill in Alderaan, you can store some lower value tradable items. I'll stick my rune crossbow in here, for when I need to swap attack styles at other bosses. The reason inventory is such an issue is because if you die while holding the key pieces, they disappear. That means we've got to do all this in one life. No death piling for more inventory space here. The next special storage method is known as cold storage. If you enter the Blue Moon boss fight, there is a phase where it takes your weapon and traps it in ice. If you log out during this phase, it will hold the item indefinitely for you. This is great for untradeable weapons like the Ivan Staff, which we could just drop, but if we ever wanted to get back would be a huge cash sink. There's also this handy little storage device you can get at the crossbow store in Keldegrim. You can talk to the owner and get this nifty little bolt pouch, which lets you hold multiple bolt types in a single inventory slot. Great for our expanding arsenal. Let's try it again with melee and a freshly cleaned inventory.
Not quite.
Well, we lived at least. I don't know folks, this might be doable, but right now it's feeling very not doable. I have one final backup plan I'm gonna try, and if I can't make that work, then fuck the mini quest. While the bosses drop the key piece 100% of the time, the minions actually drop it at a 1 in 20 drop rate. So we're gonna see if we can tank the boss and kill a minion or two.
Fuck.
Well, we got a couple minion kills in, so this might actually be grindable. It's gonna take a while though. There's 75 hit points.
Shit.
You know what? This shit's annoying. I'm not doing it. Rage at me in the comments if you want. No one could be more upset about it than me. This mini quest is bullshit anyway. Let's go do a real quest. This is where shit gets real. We've just gotta bust into this tomb real quick and we can start the final quest. Desert Treasure 2. Now, once again, I have never done this quest before, so I'm gonna be reading all the dialogue and absorbing it in. I do know that there are some serious boss fights throughout the quest though, so to give myself a solid chance, I think I might do this quest on my main at the same time. That way I can practice the bosses with less severe death consequences before doing them on the equal account. Gotta get the main caught up first though, it's been a long time since I went questing on him. We're going to start with the Suck, because I've already got a slightly better than bronze pickaxe in my pockets. That means we're going to jail. Is this supposed to be hard? Man, they really turned this section into a survival horror game. Ring around the rosy, bitch. That's him taken care of. Easy. Now we stand in front of Duke Suck's door. That means it's time to switch to the main for some practice. Honestly, looking at a couple of guides, this doesn't seem that difficult overall. So long as you have the mechanics down, you don't seem to take much damage. So let's get those mechanics down. This guy does a slam attack, and you have to step away before the explosion each time. There's a lot of precise timing, but it's one of the simplest fights in the quest.
Alright, let's tell you out.
My main takeaway is, remember to bring prayer pots. And stat boosts are helpful too. I'm not actually going to drink the stat boosts on the main, to keep things equal, but I know I forgot them on the equal account too, so this is more of a note to self. Other than that, I've just got to do better. I messed up on the poison throw multiple times.
Okay, this guy's actually kind of super easy. What? Is that supposed to happen?
Okay, that was significantly easier than I feared it would be. Maybe the other bosses are worse, but I don't think I really have anything to fear from this guy. Now let's do it on the account that matters.
Yep. This guy's dead easy.
And there's the medallion. If the rest of these bosses are this easy, I'm gonna be swimming free with my quest cape in no time. Whoa, is that a Psycho fan pissed off that this video is taking so long to come out? And the medallion has been placed. 1 down, 3 to go. Next, we're gonna tackle Vardorvis, because I've heard it's very difficult, and I want to see if I've got the stones for it. It's a horror movie.
Ooh, free stamps.
Suddenly having a status bar that proclaims you as healthy is so spooky.
They really went hard on the set design for this quest.
Blowing up these dudes is so satisfying if you line up the satchels and barricades correctly. Here we go, boss fight number 2. And that means it is once again time for a main swap. From the guides I watched, this once again seems to be more about mechanics than anything, so let's try and nail those down. This guy's main mechanic is the axes that regularly appear and sweep across the arena. You have to predict their pathing and dodge them. You also have to occasionally do a ranged prayer flick, but that's relatively simple. If you don't mess up, you're golden. Okay, I basically have him dead, but I'm leaving because I boosted and I need to not do that. We've replaced the boost with some placeholder items, so we can emulate both the stats and the inventory space. I really suck at predicting the axes.
Alright. Now, it was close though.
It seems like so long as you have him figured out mechanically, he only deals chip damage. So this should definitely be possible for the Feller account.
Oh.
I've just got to do it right. Take 5.
Okay, got him. It was a little close. I think I understand what's going on here.
Now it's time to do it on the account that counts.
Wish me luck. Fuck. Come on, brother. Bullshit. Okay.
We got him. And now there's a mid-boss fight. After the big boss fight. The order's a little off, but whatever.
Nice.
Beat him first try. I started searching around for the medallion with no way to cure my venom,
Well, fuck about that, man. I want my shit.
but had to give up or else die.
Well,
We've recovered our stuff and found the medallion. Thank goodness. Nope, there's the superfan.
see ya.
2 down, 2 to go. Next up is the Leviathan, aka my prayer switching nightmare. But we've got a little preamble to work through first. This lady again. Cue up the clip where I foresaw her being evil during the Guardian of the Eye quest eons ago, but then never actually included the clip in the video. We made it through all the puzzles. I actually like puzzles a lot, so that was pretty fun. Now we've got a boss fight to worry about.
Leviathan. That's no boss.
Oh shit! It is once again time to bust out the main. Let's do this. This guy starts shooting faster and faster as the fight goes on, but if he is getting too fast for you, you can cast a shadow spell on him to stun him and reset his speed. That was a close one, but I started panicking towards the end. I just realized I wasn't recording, but I just beat the Leviathan second try, and it was honestly a whole lot easier than I expected. Now it's Equalfeller's turn.
Do it.
Easy. Use like 4 food. Back.
First try, baby. So far, all of these bosses have been significantly easier than I expected. Let's hope that trend continues.
Jesus. Profane jump scare.
3 down, only 1 remains. Our final, challenge is the Whisperer, and I think I may have saved the hardest for last. It's getting a little weird down here. Are these all my Equalman predecessors? The Whisperer. Time to gear up. Man, the inventory is an absolute mess, but I want to avoid re-gearing before the next fight if I can. So we'll see if we can manage the Whisperer with this little food. If we swap to the main, we're emulating the inventory space with my big shark collection. Have I ever told you I love AFK fishing? Because my magic level is so much higher on the main, I won't be using Mystic Might to make up for some of the difference. If this is in keeping with the other bosses, it is more mechanics based anyway, but I still want to emulate Equalfeller as much as possible with these attempts. The crux of this fight is making sure you're praying against the right attack style, which you can tell from the boss's projectiles. So you need to swap your prayers appropriately while also avoiding the tentacle slaps that come out every burst of shots. Mechanically, it's fairly simple, you just gotta click fast.
Whew. I got her to the enraged phase. Started getting spooky towards the end though.
It was a close one, we just barely didn't cut it. Honestly though, I am feeling kinda confident in the mechanics after that attempt.
I think I'm gonna send it. Oh, so close.
Now that I died though, that does give me a little more inventory space. That should help a little with the slip-ups.
What the fuck? Why did that happen? Oh my god, I ran out of runes.
We remembered to restock the runes this time, though I am a little broke because of it.
Ah, easy. Shit, we didn't even eat.
That's the last medallion claimed, but our superfan won't just let us have it that easy. Our superfan rigged the door and threw us in jail. This next fight doesn't seem too hard on the surface, so I'm just gonna go right for it on the feller. Our superfan conveniently left us a hairpin to use as a lockpick and all our stuff in a chest nearby. I think they secretly wanted us to have a fair fight against them. An honorable fan. This person uses all 3 attack styles and also prays against your attack style every few attacks. There's no way to block all the damage, so just focus on attacking against their prayers, and it's really just a tank and spank style DPS check.
Holy boosh. No!
I blame myself for not wanting to make money to buy a new scimitar and using the Blue Moon Spear for my melee weapon instead. We brought a real weapon this time, better food, and remember to bring stat boost too.
The real secret is counting the attacks and preemptively swapping weapon.
Yep.
And there's our medallion. Of course, as Garnia Smith here feels like we owe him something despite us doing all the work, and he somehow steals our medallion and goes into the tomb first. God damn, it's like a whole ass Majorat convention in here. Hey, there's Purston. Knew she was evil. Didn't quite expect all this though. Damn, maybe Mr. Asgardia Smith here really did deserve the treasure. Now we have to fight his ghost minions. First is a repeat of the assassin fight from Secrets of the North. Pretty simple overall, just lure him into smoke and dodge his poison vial throws. Next is Ketla, and she's a real nightmare for me. My gear definitely has some subpar range defense, so it really is my fault in the end, but I really struggled against her. Her clones shredded my ass. Then there's Cassandre again, the mid-boss we fought after Vardorvis. His fight isn't that bad, and the mechanics are pretty fresh in my memory too, since we just fought him earlier in the quest. But Ketla sucked down too much of my food, so I had to leave.
I need more food.
Here's a little pro tip for you. Pre-pot your stat boosts, buy food to fill up the inventory, then run over to the fight as fast as you can.
Fuck this.
Okay, let's pre-pot and buy some potatoes to supplement our cape wands. Had to fish them myself because I'm so broke.
This is bullshit, you know that?
I'm going to die so I can hold more food, because Ketla's causing me some serious trouble. Attempt number 4. We actually managed to beat Ketla with tons of food to spare. We messed up on Cassandre's mechanics a little and wasted some food in prayer, but we beat him too, finally making it to the final ghost, Bursted. She's pretty simple, just pray mage, dodge your lightning bolts, and run from the leeches. You just gotta pray mage and dodge the lightning bolts.
Oh, fuck me.
Maybe next time.
I'm coming for you. Jackson County, motherfuckers.
We had to give up take 5 because Ketla fucked us again. She's not our only problem though. Cassandre keeps fucking me too. We spent a ton of food on Cassandre, but we made it back to Purston.
Bullshit. Fuck you.
And just when you think it can't hurt you, even the early guys can come back to bite.
Move. Oh, you motherfucking piece of shit.
Had to give up early because I got poisoned.
Fuck me.
But if you persevere...
Fuck yes, brother.
Oh, God, that feels so good to finally see. So, like, we beat the last quest and all, and it was very climactic, but we've still got a base level to hit. I'll reward myself with the quest cape after that. First up is using this lamp to get 75 prayer. We can destroy the others. That'll be good prayer XP for the next 2 base levels. Our next problem child is Slayer. We've got a ton of XP to go, and almost all our combats are already 75. Thankfully, we can do some achievement diaries to whittle that XP down. There's 15k for the Firminic diaries. There's the Kandarin hearts for another 15k, and the Corinth hearts for another 15k. One Prospector hat later, we also have the Falador hearts for one more drop of 15k. Unfortunately, that's all I can really do for now. If I want to be smart, I should do some temple trekking, but it's already been 3 weeks since the last video, and I want to put out this current video as soon as possible. So we're going to dip into our combat XP for the next level circuit to get this Slayer done faster. I'll make up the difference next base level with lots of temple trekking. On the way, we hit 75 ranged, only 2 skills to go. We also hit 75 farming off of random seed drops while doing Slayer tasks. 1 skill to go. And finally, 75 Slayer. There's just one last thing we have to do. If we speak to the wise old man, we can buy our quest cape. How is that? So good, man. We have hit base level 75, as well as finally hitting the goal we chose at the start of the account, the quest cape. All while leveling all our stats as equally as possible throughout. What an accomplishment. It took us 1,607 hours, 205 hours this video alone, and that is where we are cutting it, not just for the episode, but for the series. Kinda. Now it's time to answer the one question everyone has on their mind. Yes, I'm single. And also, of course there's gonna be a season 2. We're going for max, baby. The progress is going to slow down a lot, and we're likely gonna see some side series pop up soon too. But to keep our uploading schedule a little more consistent, we're gonna be altering the formula for our future episodes. Exactly how? Well, I suppose you'll just have to wait and see. If you haven't already, subscribe. And we'll see you all very soon. Howdy, friends and fellers. If you've watched this whole thing through, you're the fucking greatest. If you're new, you just watched 15 episodes straight, so you better subscribe. And if you've been subbed for a while but watched this whole thing anyway, I'm super happy that you feel like my little videos are worth your time. Here's to more in the very near future. My goal for my second year of content creation is to release a video every 2 weeks, whether it is a new entry in the upcoming Equal Diaries series, or a different RuneScape account, or even something that isn't RuneScape at all. No matter what though, I hope you enjoy, and I hope we continue to grow together. And I absolutely have to shout out my channel members. Whether you've been here from day one like Ellie Belly and Wooly Bully, or if you've just joined recently like Seppuku and Brickley, or if you were a member for a while but left, rip to Jack. He's not dead or nothing, he just decided not to be a top tier member anymore, which is totally okay by the way. Whether any of you decide to leave or stay, what you've contributed to me will always be remembered. For this special omnibus edition of the Equal Man series, I want to thank each and every one of you individually. The highest tier members, Gothics themselves. We have Ellie Belly, Dark0008, and Seppuku. The next highest tier members who found true equality, Thedarion and UIM Evan. The heirs to Equilibrium, Wooly Bully, Sylph Boss, Frail Rain, Blockcraft, and Brickley. And those well-balanced members, Greedy Radish, Kai, Craig Booth, and Tuz94. And a little in memoriam for those who were members once upon a time. I once again want to thank all channel members, past, present, and future, and all my viewers in general. I look forward to making videos for you all for another year, and for many years to come.